the continuous contract, and it's looking rolled for me right now. Anyway, this is the same kind of pattern that I was looking at, where we have that consolidation from earlier in the year that we're getting into. So, I'm expecting. The audio I just got an echo. I could not follow my own train of thought. This is that consolidation zone that we were watching that happened earlier in the year. That's kind of where we're at right now. Before we get too far into this, I did want to point out what we have going on for news.
Sounds good.
So, we have core retail sales tomorrow, unemployment claims Wednesday. The big one we need to be careful of is FOMC. So we're in kind of that chop zone, and I'm kind of expecting us to stay kind of in this little zone potentially while we're waiting for that FOMC rate to come out.
Mm-hmm.
So all that said, that's the context that we're opening the weekend. So here is kind of where I've dove down. This is my messy notes chart where I keep all of my kind of notes and levels and everything. So we're in kind of this downward channel, but we're really starting to kind of challenge it already. So last night we opened with this is the big opening candle. So we had this initial move that was immediately bought back up. And this is the move that I was talking about. Some people got in the arena last night, and they hit this max leverage like we were talking about, and got a pretty nice run off of this. So this is where we are this morning. This is kind of a good place because we're hitting this trend line for the market to kind of take another little breather. But if the market is feeling really enthusiastic, it's also kind of that's our breakout point too. So that's kind of what I'm watching. I put a couple magnet levels down here. So that's what, if we do reject off of this support up here, that's this kind of trend line, I'm looking for it to kind of sweep back down into these magnets. And then either potentially continue this trend and kind of stay in this choppy zone, or we can look at some breakouts. So the breakout levels that I'm looking for on ES, on the new contracts, I'm really watching this 60-80 area on ES. It's really that high that we put in on Friday too. That's the first level that I'm going to look at for bulls to start getting control. So if we can break this level and then hold it, so it could be like we break it and then come right back down, but I want to see us break it and then hold it. That's going to kind of be advantage bulls to start targeting some of these other levels. So we have the 6100 level, but above that we have the high from Friday, kind of around 6104, 6105, and then the high from last Wednesday up there at 6128. And this is the adjusted number, so that's not actually the high we hit. I want to put that out. This is the adjusted for this new contract. I do also watch what the highs were on the old contract when we're at this week, because the market, some people are still on the old contract, so they're going to be it's a mess. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Anyway, you can really see when I zoom out here kind of the shape that we're into. So the choppy scenario would be really just staying inside of, well, the choppiest would be staying inside of Fridays, but we've already dipped below that. So really just staying inside of this most recent price action. So staying above the lows from last Thursday, really 6,000, but 59.79 also. But that's also the target if we start breaking lower. So if we get through this chop zone, I have the magnets there at 60.43 and 60.17. But if we get through 6,000, the 59.80, 59.79 area is going to be the first target and kind of the main target for that bearish move. Although we could keep coming down and kind of working on this trend line a little bit. And then on the flip side, if we break out that one, I showed you those up there, but the choppy scenario is just kind of staying. I drew a pink box of shame down here too. It's just kind of staying within kind of this magnet zone where all these wicks are inside of what we saw on Friday. That's the most scenario. How's that?
Thank you, Barbie. We're off to a good start for the week. So we have our possible scenarios to look for, and we will be speaking more about the roll, because for anyone who's new to trading, that can feel confusing. Like, what is the roll? What's happening? Why are the prices so different? Are questions that we hear often. Chat, how are you guys today? Type in W if you are good and you want to make some money today. W, let me see it.
W for winning.
W for winning. I want to win for sure. Have you taken any trades yet, Barbie?
I haven't. I've been just busy getting organized and kind of figuring out what my plan is for the day. I didn't really get a great head start this morning, so
Yeah.
hopefully we find something good.
I sure hope so. I see lots of people who want to win today. TD Trey, Kay, Alexander. Renee is reminding us, everyone like the stream. Make sure you smash the like button. Let's get our likes up. That is a great reminder. Thank you. Coach Fred, good morning. Good morning. Dingtree, good morning to you. All right, let's get our likes up. What should we set the first bounty at? Is it too early? Is it too early to set the bounty, the first one?
What do you think, chat? You ready for it?
Are we still like waking up? It is Monday.
I don't know why I am too. It's just like that I'm in summer mode right now, and it's like, oh, is it Monday? But we're here. We're here, you guys. We're doing it.
I'm seeing too early. Yeah, too early. Okay, I'm just too excited, you guys. Let's go. Okay, I took some trades. I've been kind of sucking it up, honestly. It's just been like, I don't know. I think the bear in me is like getting squeezed. That's what's happening.
Oh no.
So I'm still sticking with that $200, $500 bracket. That is what I will be doing today. Yeah, I'm in a trade right now. I'm up about $70. I'll just let it run. So this is the trade I'm in right now. Yeah, I got squeezed, you guys, on the way as the market was going up. Just squeeze. And
it's been pretty relentless this morning.
Yeah, it really was.
Up.
Yeah. So the market, NASDAQ, we are up 180 points in the green. That's a lot, I feel like, for a Monday. And market's not open yet. In about 16 minutes, we will be opening. I have no idea what this move is about, but I do know that 0.83% in the green is significant with the amount of volatility that we've had lately for pre-market. Yeah, so we'll see if we get a gap. Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't love roll week the way the volume works, because I really love watching volume in my trading, and not having my volume tools kind of it makes me feel like I'm at a handicap. And the reason I don't have them is the volume split between the two contracts, and so it's hard to know it's reliable when you've got people some people are just exiting the old contract to get into the new one, and so the volume gets a little weird. So we're going to be focusing on price action this week for me.
Yeah, so with the roll, it basically means people are getting out of their positions in the last contract. We were trading an M, and then they're reopening in the new contract on U. If you're trading NQ and ES and YM, it's like every quarter are the contracts. And I've wondered about that. Like, I wonder how it actually affects it, if there is any pattern. From my understanding, when people close out their position, they're opening like right away, almost instant. But it can get
depends,
weird.
but yeah, in a lot of cases they are. So if they're just holding, because I've talked about this before, but a lot of the hedge funds have in their charters that they have to have X amount percentage of their funds actively working. And so they'll have in their plan, and they're going to have a much more detailed plan than we have, what part of that's going to be just in the futures and things like that. And just because the contract's rolling, like that's just in the way of their holding. So yeah, that is what some people do, is they're literally closing out of those and going into the new ones.
Okay, good to know. So I'm thinking maybe if we get a pullback, we can go towards VWAP. And I'm thinking this might be the high for now.
it's a good spot for a retracement. So we're really up against both some levels and some trend lines up here. So it is kind of
Mhm.
the spot. I mean, that's why we have we're always dealing in probabilities and risks. So you've got that figured out with your bracket and things that, yeah, there's a chance it might not work. Price could
Yeah.
keep going forward, but this is kind of that good little spot with the current
Right. So
pattern that we have.
this is the hourly chart. I'm liking this too. So this is the high from Friday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this is where we are right now. It's turning into this previous candle, hourly candle, was a doji. I know some people like to look at dojis as like possible reversals or just like indecisiveness. So I'm liking
Mm-hmm.
this. And this was that initial news trade overnight with Israel attacking Iran. All right, we'll go back to the 5. So we are going to open in about 12 minutes. So far, this trade is going in my favor. Yay!
I always like when I'm trading during this time to make sure I either get my stop like on the right side or at least book something before the bell comes.
Oh, yes. Speaking of that, I should move my stop. So my entry was at 22,044. I am in the U contract. Speaking of that, so last night I went and looked at the CME website to see which contract had the most volume, and M actually had the most volume. But when I opened up Tradeovate this morning, it told me that U had the most volume. So I just clicked OK and let it automatically roll over. So it'll be interesting to like take a look at the website. I haven't looked at it this morning. I know
Yeah, well, I was
Barbie.
looking at the S&P one, and I had pulled it. So right now it's showing here. I can flip it over. Well, if y'all want, I have it at I mean, we're a little bit behind, but it's about to open. So we'll see. I mean, today we should be pushing into we should be getting pretty close to 50% on the roll today. So
Okay.
right now it's at about 28% on the ES, and there is a little bit more volume on the ES than the NASDAQ. So that's why I'm favoring that one to watch. But I expect this to definitely change as we open up here. So we'll that's definitely on watch. But yeah, like I said, like the volume tools are harder to trust right now unless you are combining the volume, which I'm not. I'm just going to focus on my price action skills and size down if I need to, if I'm not sure, because sometimes I get confidence from my volume, and if I don't have that, I won't. May not have that A plus ever. It may just be an A. That's okay.
Yeah. A
I
is
don't
good.
love roll weeks for all that. It's just a little bit more complicated, but we can deal with it.
Okay. So the weekly promo, you guys, is a fantastic one. I have not seen this one yet. This is very exciting. Make sure you use code YouTube to help support the channel. So when you make a purchase on a Starter Plus and Expert account this week, when you pass one, you will get one for free. So it could potentially be a BOGO for you, and it's a nice reward for passing an eval. So make sure you use code YouTube for that. Speaking of passing evals, anyone in chat passed an eval from overnight trading or recently? Let us know. We want to celebrate you.
Hey, speaking of celebrating, I can pull this up real quick.
Ooh, I
Here's
do love
the leaderboard, and I recognize some names. So we've got well, I know Dell's in here.
Oh my gosh.
Dell
Go
hit that pretty
Dell.
hard. I hope this is up to minute. This updates, but it's not like instant. It's pretty good though.
Yeah. Congratulations, Dell. Dell also passed a couple more.
I saw Lucas pass some.
Jan passed an expert eval on Friday. Congratulations. Mike.
I'll scroll through some of these so we can celebrate both places at once.
Oh wow, Mike passed. Mike's 2x expert that you got from stream last week is sitting at 6K in profit on a funded. Woohoo!
Nice.
That's awesome.
Lucas says he's in 10th, learning every trade. I like that. Oh no, this says 9th on mine now. And maybe it's going up and down now. Sometimes, like when you're close to other people, they just have to like be in a trade that's going against them, and then you pass them. But
it's super fun that it's like basically live, so you can see how people are placing.
And these guys hit this like immediately because we got, I mean, what did we get on ES? Almost 100 points now. So they got a really nice move on this overnight to get these. But don't be discouraged just because some people are up. This is a game of leverage. So go hit your leverage and then.
Yes, it is a game of leverage, but it's double-edged sword. Just a reminder. Much bigger wins, also much bigger losses.
And that's a good place for you to go screw around with that instead of in your serious accounts. And we were talking about, I was talking about this offline with somebody the other day, but there's different strategies for different styles of trading. So when you're trading your own personal funds, it's a little bit different trading style. And prop firms, like that you kind of have a set of strategies. Prop trading is a strategy, kind of, you know, there's different things that you are doing when you're going into that sort of thing. But there's different strategies for these arenas too. And if you're a really, really great trader and really, really adaptable, you can trade in all of these. Some people have strengths in some areas where it's really focused, and that's okay too.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Forrest. Good morning, Vala Trades.
There he is. Good morning. We need to get Forrest in the arena.
I know. That would be so fun to see. Forrest, I want to see you full port sometime. That would be really fun to see. A shout out to our mods. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Abhishek. You guys rock. You keep us on track. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button 6 minutes before market opens. So if we hit the like button, it brings us good luck. I remember to hit mine. Barbie, did you hit yours?
Always. I got to send out positive vibes so I can get them back.
Yes, positive vibes. I like it. Today is Monday, June 16th, and we are starting a new week together.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Okay, we got about 5 minutes left.
Yep. Everyone vote on the poll. What is your bias today? So far, I'm seeing
flattish. So you have to pick.
You have to pick. I'm seeing 64%, 65% bullish. Everyone vote. Let's see what we're thinking.
Optimists are here, Terry.
Yes, everyone. Okay, so market is up 172 points. We have 5 minutes until the opening bell. We could get a gap fill. If we do, that would be 170 point gap fill.
Yeah. We'll see. You know, some of the things we got up, I was just looking at tech because Meta is up real big. Meta keeps pumping some news. They're ex-dividend today, but there's got to be more than that. So they're talking about introducing channel subscriptions and promoted channels. Here, we can look at this one for a second. Oops.
At Meta?
Yeah.
Gosh.
So pre-market, this is the daily. So pre-market, it's up like $18 right now.
That's a lot.
Go down to the,
Sounds
there
like
it is.
Lot. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was just looking at that one. So let's see what we got. They got share buybacks too coming out. So lots of news on Meta this morning. But I think that they are, well, let's see. They were adding something. My news feed is like going crazy this morning.
With Meta?
But I think, yeah, well, with all kinds of stuff. So I lost my Meta news already. But I think Meta was adding some stuff already. Oh, they have channel subscriptions, promoted channels and ad status in the WhatsApp updates tab.
Interesting.
So maybe they're trying to compete more with YouTube.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So Meta might be help give us more volatility then too at the open. So
Yeah, I
NASDAQ
think
is heavily
so.
weighted.
It's definitely helping. I think Meta's number 4th. It's the 4th
Apple,
highest.
Meta, Tesla, Amazon. I'm just like
Yeah. Well, this
thinking
used to
those
be the
are like
order.
the biggest ones. Yeah.
I had my chart in order from the day that when I looked at it, and it should still be the same, but it's Apple, Amazon, Tesla, and then Meta, Google, Microsoft, and Nvidia for the Mag 7. And they're the Mag 7 because they're heavily weighted in both.
Yes.
But I put them in order of how they're heavily weighted in the NASDAQ.
And some traders will just follow those stocks and they won't take a trade until everything is lined up in the same direction.
If you well, I used to trade Tesla a lot. I was trading the options, and the Tesla, I don't know, the Tesla options used to be really, really nice. This was back before the split, but I could literally trade Tesla off of the NASDAQ or ES chart. It was so correlated back in those days, and a lot of them will. But yeah, when you get them all moving together, it's just like when we're looking for ES and NASDAQ to be holding hands and going together, it's going to be a better move when they're together. It's the same with tech. So when you got everything going together, let's go.
Let's go. Speaking of let's go, Pine Tree Trader says my bias is all gas, no brakes today.
I was going to bring that one up if you didn't. I like that.
Yeah,
all gas,
let's
no brakes.
go. Is it pedal to the metal? All gas. So speaking of all gas, the promo this week is you pass one account and then you'll get one free on the Starter Plus and on the Expert accounts, up to 3 uses per customer. Use code YouTube for that.
So if I get a Starter Plus or an Expert and I pass it, then I get another free eval.
Yes, exactly.
Nice.
Right? It's like a reward, a celebration.
It's like a reward.
Yeah. Get another free one. I know. I love the rewards and I love prizes. I love presents. Speaking of prizes, throughout the day today, you guys, we will be doing giveaways. So make sure you stay tuned. Keep smashing the like button. Go and share the stream on all of your socials. Tell all your friends. The more, the merrier. It's definitely so much more fun the more people we have. Okay, less than 1 minute. Market will be opening. Should we do the ding, ding, ding together, Barbie?
Obviously. Yeah, I got my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding.
Market is open. Let's see if we get a gap fill back to unchanged. It would be a nice gap fill for anyone who's playing that. Pardon?
Are you still short the NAS?
No, I think it hit my TP. Let me take a look.
Alrighty.
Okay. Yes. I think it did hit my TP. Whoa. Okay. Market is green. It's pushing higher. We are up 180 points. Wow. It is pushing.
It is. That's almost 2% on the NAS already. 1.5 on ES.
Holy smokes.
All gas, no brakes, huh, Pine Cove?
Pine Tree Trader.
Pine Tree. Oh gosh, I just combined 2 traders, didn't I?
Yeah,
because we have Cove Trader and Pine Cone.
We should have them both on at the same time. I think that would be
caffeine.
Fun. Yeah, I definitely need
more gas.
More gas. So we did take off the overnight high.
Whoa, yeah, it
is rocking and rolling. Holy smokes.
NAS did. ES has not, but it's about to.
All right. Good morning. The market is like, wake up, you guys. Okay, we hit 1% on NQ.
Yep. Ooh, just hit that magic level too. 22,082 on the NAS.
Flip
Come
says,
on,
bring
ES.
Cove back. Yes, we would love to have Cove
I
back.
agree.
Wow. So maybe this is a gap and go? I mean, this
Wow, wow, wow,
5-minute
wow, wow.
candle is
Pretty
wild.
much.
Yeah, so the low of this 5-minute candle
It's still
is
going. Wow.
still going.
So this isn't the only thing that's going. We've also got FANG going here too, so that's helping. We've got Google, Nvidia, Broadcom too, Microsoft, and Meta. These are all pumping right now. So this is just a 15, but look how big these 15-minute candles are already on these guys. Very, very bullish launch.
It is a launch. So speaking of the launch, our community, people were thinking bullish bias. And look, I'm
Winner,
impressed.
winner.
Yeah. Who got money off of this push? Type in W if you made a few bucks off of this open. DH Acquisition says trend day, I guess. Tiger Sleep, not me.
Well, we're in 3 minutes. It's not a trend day yet. It's 3 minutes.
Gig made some. Queen of Trades. Congratulations, guys. Yamil, Win, AJ, Askar.
I love it when you do hit those first candles right, though, and then you're done.
It's the best feeling. Oscar, 3K. Congratulations. And you are done for the day. That is a good day. Nice. Yeah.
Look, Ash is ready. Ash is ready to hit it.
Hey, Ash. Good morning. You're back from vacation. We can't wait to see you.
We need to see vacation pics too. I hope we got some vacation pics coming.
I'm so curious to know where you went. One of your pictures made me think you were in Greece. But I'm like, I have no idea. Market is pushing higher. Bulls are definitely in charge this morning.
They are. I'm still watching the 60-80 level on ES, or 82. We've got that high, 82.50 from wait, is that the high? Yeah, 82.50 from the other day.
Okay.
I was just making sure because I didn't label that as a high, but it is.
So this is just the first 5 minutes. Sometimes the market can definitely trick us. So
this is facts.
Yeah. We have to be on alert here. It looks like the bulls are in charge, but you never know. The bears might just come out of nowhere and body slam the bulls.
Body slam. Double slam, double prep.
Right? That's what it definitely feels like if you're in a trade and then the market just turns on a dime. It is not, it feels like a body slam.
It's very strong today.
Yeah.
The long on the second candle. Oh, a sniper's in.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so now the second candle is forming and it is a flushing.
Yeah, I'm still watching the VIX. I'm trying to see if it's gonna the VIX was kind of chopping around. VIX has broken the low, so we'll see if that holds. I'm not, VIX is not in a trend yet, so I'm just watching to see if it's developing.
Okay. We're waiting, patiently waiting to see what the VIX is going to tell us.
And I had my Monday morning not having my VIX chart on, but I got it now. Gosh. Having a case of the Mondays. I was looking at this guy here where I have like the line charts. That's what I was working on adding. I love this chart, but it shows me when the VIX is moving down relative to the indexes. So that's what this is one of the things I like to watch at open, is to see if we kind of get a pattern developing on that one.
I do like that chart.
It's so clean. I always want a lot of information in the smallest, cleanest little spot. So that's why I came up with that one. Yes.
Less is more. Less is more with indicators for us, and then also with trading. Less is more. So on Friday, I successfully traded less. That is something
I'm actively.
I did, and it felt so good, you guys. So my goal today I'm going to set is so I just exited that one trade that I showed you guys. So my goal for the rest of our show is to only put on one more trade. It's those
Alrighty.
small changes, right? Like just try and pick one thing that you're going to work on and just work on that one thing.
I've actually really done that, and maybe it's just because I'm a little nutty, but that's something that I've always liked a good challenge, and so I would challenge myself. And one of the things that I did early on, probably in my first year or two of trading, is like, okay, this is the challenge for this month. So I've actually had entire months where I would not let a trade be on my statement if it wasn't in a very specific set of plays. And I've even had it where I'd spend an entire month just trading one setup. And it can be hard because some days it doesn't happen and you don't actually have that setup. But oh my gosh, is that a great exercise in patience? So
and discipline.
yeah, I like that. I mean, once you can become really, you want to be so good at your setups that it just comes naturally and you don't have the hesitations. Because I've talked about this in our Discord a little bit too. It's like, I didn't even know I was pushing the button. It just happened because that is my setup. A setup came, there was no like, should I, shouldn't I inside. It was just like, there's the setup, do it. And that's, once I had that moment, I was like, whoa, that's a new little breakthrough that I just had here. So, but I think that came from just focusing.
Focusing, and it just clicked. That moment was a moment where things clicked for you.
I mean, if you do it enough, if you get enough reps in, it just comes a lot more naturally. That's with trading or with anything. So
IML or IMI challenge sounds like a great idea. I might have to limit my trades to been over trading. You are not alone. I think over trading is one of the major challenges that people experience on the journey to
I'll have that
consistency.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have it because I'll be sitting here too long. I'm like, yeah, that's a trade setup. And then I realize like we're well into lunch hour. I was like, no, that was a trade setup for the morning, not for lunch hour. And like, I'll get in that same habit and then I have to take a loss for like no good reason. But it still happens.
It does. And I think it can be easy to overtrade after a losing trade or after a series of losing trades. What are your top tips to help with overtrading, Barbie?
Well, that is probably one of my main ones is just to focus. However you're going to focus. So if you're going to literally just trade that one trade over and over and over again, but you have to remember that, okay, this is the way I look at it because I trade my own funds, but that carries over to prop funds too because that's still leverage that I'm invested in, right? I've had to pay money for these accounts. So is my money, my funds, my leverage, whatever I'm working with, is it worth this trade setup? Because sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just not worth putting my funds or however they come, it's not worth putting that at risk. Those are my hard-earned funds or an account that I paid for or something like that, and I don't want to risk it. So I always try to put that in perspective because some of these little setups, it's just like, maybe this will work. And we can't do that. It needs to be, no, this is really, this is in my playbook.
So should we set the bounty? Our first bounty. Let's do it. What should we set it at? Chat, what are your thoughts? We are at about 532 live viewers right now, and our likes are at 183. I think we definitely have to get our likes up.
For sure. Because you guys, it costs nothing. Costs nothing.
Yes, a great way to support our channel. I'm seeing 600. Queen of Trades. Jay Buzz says 500.
They want 10,000 likes.
20,000 likes. I thought I saw 20,000. Just kidding.
We were originally talking about 500. Should we do 500 again? We got distracted by the market, but I think we're there.
We did. Market is pushing higher. It's towards the highs. Okay, let's set it at 5. Oh, I see 550, 500. Let's set it at 500. Let's do it. 500 likes, you guys. First bounty of the week. It is a special one. Oh, everyone, make sure you hit subscribe if you have not. We're almost at 15,000.
Nice.
Nice. Maybe we can have a special giveaway for 15 or, I mean, that would be pretty cool.
I hope so. If chat's good. Chat's always good. What am I saying? Y'all are perfect angels. Just like me.
All right. What is the market doing?
That's what I
Bulls
was
are
just trying to look at.
they're
Like
still
about
in
to
charge.
strangle a chart over here, but we're doing it. It's fine.
We're
It's
still at about 1%.
yeah, we got that initial surge and now it's really kind of slowing down, but we are really getting to that spot on ES that I was watching. It actually literally just hit the 60-80. I was looking at 60-82.50 because that's technically the high, but we're in that spot and we're slowing down. So that's worth pointing out.
So no trade yet.
And they've been working on the likes.
Holy smokes, you guys. Fantastic job. Let's go. Happy Monday, y'all. We rock. Okay, so we hit the first bounty. What will happen is we did unlock the treasure by hitting that bounty, and we don't know when that bounty is going to drop, but it will drop. It could be in
Just
the
like
next
the
minute.
market. Just
Yeah.
kidding. The market is dropping a little bit.
It could be in the next minute. It could be in like the next 20 minutes. We don't know. It is always a surprise. So everyone pay attention to the screens and hang out with us.
This is for, yeah, some people I think are new. So there's going to be a magic code that comes on the screen and you have to be super, super fast. And
Yes.
that'll get you some, we're doing resets, right?
I believe so. Let me confirm that. Also, we have the form as a giveaway. We have two different types of giveaways throughout the day, which is really nice. We have a code that will drop, and then you can enter it to either get a free account or a free reset, depending on the giveaway. And then we also have a form, which is fantastic because it's not based on speed. So once the form drops, whenever it drops, then you can go in and fill it out, and then you get a chance to win a free account, which is really fun. And we typically do the winning wheel with that one. Yeah, thank you, MyFundedFutures, giving us free accounts all day long. Definitely appreciate it. I don't think there's any other show that's giving away so many accounts.
Yeah, Ash is in the chat helping y'all out too. They do go really fast. So that's what we're trying to give you the warning. Be prepared. Don't get mad though, because we have an alternate giveaway for those who cannot. That's not everybody. I get it.
Yes, ninja speed. Market is still up about 1%. Bulls have been in charge for this last 15 minutes. I am tempted to hop in a long. I don't know when, but I'm thinking I want to get long today. Holy smokes. Market is strong.
It is. I'm still watching the spot though, so
Okay,
we shall see.
I just hopped in. I'm risking 200 for 500. I'll just let it run.
Alrighty.
A little breakout trade. It might come back and get me. Here we go. Ah, it's going to take me. So with this $200, $500 bracket, it took me out. It stopped me out. So I lost 200 on that. So with the 200, 500 bracket, what I like about it is I can get 2 trades wrong out of 3. As long as I get 1 out of the 3 right, then I still walk away with $100. And for me, my win rate is not very good. So that is, I think, going to be my saving grace and what I'm going to keep working on and sticking with. Just trying to keep a consistent bracket and then trading less. Okay, so I just did my one trade that I told you guys about. So now I am done for the rest of the show.
Benched.
I'm benched.
That's all right.
I'm benched. Here.
That's why I always say it too. It's like, oh, I'm benched, because you can still watch, right? But you can't play.
I can't play. I know. I always want to play, but it's good to be benched. practicing, sitting on my hands and practicing trading less.
So you brought up a good point though. So just because I've seen this show a bunch because I've had the Discord, but even before we had the Trading Ranch Discord, I was involved in some other Discords, and I've seen the same traders hit the same play, and one will come out with a lot of profits and the other one does not. And it's all about money management because no matter what your win rate is, I mean, if you can manage money really, really well in your trade, if you have really great money management and stop management and all that, your win rate doesn't have to be as high. So if you're not great at managing a trade, you have to have a really high win rate. But I've seen traders with 40% win rates still make profits because they're just really, really great at the actual trade management and the money management, and they're not messing around with bad stops and stuff.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of very good traders with lower win rates, and they make a ton of money every year, like hundreds of thousands of dollars every year.
We've seen it live, so it's actually been kind of fascinating. It's interesting if you just pay attention to what's going on and actually watch the traders sometimes. It's pretty interesting and eye-opening. Sometimes it's frustrating too because it'll be my trade and my trade idea, and someone else will manage it better, and it's like, damn it. So that's like a thing I have to go work on too.
All right, you guys, we have no idea when codes might drop. Everyone pay attention. You guys are awesome. Over 800 likes and over 1,100 people watching us live. I love seeing this. We are working on building a positive community, encouraging community, and also entertaining. We try our best, definitely, every day. There is something about energy and positivity where it's like the more we put out positive vibes, the more positive vibes enter our lives and the more we win. Oh, there it goes. 50 free resets, everyone. It goes fast. 50.
It goes fast. It also goes super fast, but it goes fast.
Super fast. Everyone, if you got a code, let us know in chat. Jan got it.
It is probably gone.
Woohoo! Jabuz got it. David got it. Miss Trading got it. Fading Time got it. Fucks. Oh, sorry. Funny name. LOL. That was funny.
Wasn't expecting that just now, but okay.
Lion got one. Congratulations. Liam. J-Buzz. Vihu. Awesome job. Definitely update us if you got a free reset and let us know how your account goes. We love to celebrate you on our show. It's one of my favorite things. It definitely brings me a ton of joy. I think in some ways it brings me more joy to see you guys winning than like when I win. So definitely share your wins with us. The Bulls are still in charge. Market is up 244 points, the NASDAQ. We just made a new high in the day in the previous 5-minute candle. We will see. Maybe if the Bulls stay in charge.
The VIX is looking a little bit melty right now.
Meltier, like it's going down?
Yeah, it's a little melty.
So that means when the VIX starts to go down, markets tend to go higher.
That is hopefully what we're going to get here.
Let's take a look.
Come on.
So I'm looking at the daily. Friday's high was 22,134.75. Are we going to take out Friday's highs?
We did on ES.
Oh.
So it could be a little liquidity sweep, But that's why I was watching the VIX, and it's still looking kind of melty. It's not strong yet. If VIX turns around, gets strong, then that's not the idea. But right now, it's melty.
It's melty. We're trading right now in the inside bar of Friday's bar.
For NASDAQ.
Yes, for NASDAQ. Exactly.
The ES just broke it. So, there's the last week's high up here. And you can see ES is actually pretty well above Friday. So we're looking at this high from last week. And we are above it on ES.
That is so strong. Look at that bullish chart. We're just grinding higher. Nothing is stopping us. This train is going forward. It's wanting to go higher.
And this is one of the things that I tell the traders that, okay, so sometimes you're committed to that short or whatever your idea is. When we have things like this, when we have the VIX moving lower and all the charts moving higher and things like that, the way that I try to look at this is you don't want to get in the way of a freight train. You're not going to stop a freight train with your little trade. So don't get in the way of it. Stay out of the way of the freight train. If you really want to short, wait for it to tell you it's going to short. Do not stay in front of a freight train.
Yeah, no, please don't. And the market will tell us, right, Barbie? We'll see signs.
It's pretty good at that. It's pretty good at that.
Yeah. I will say, like, limiting trades for the day, or even if you go by sessions, like let's say if you want to trade the Asia session and New York, if you limit your trades, like let's say 2 trades each session, it definitely helps with preventing tilt, because once you hit that max, then you're done. Like, you're just done.
Sometimes I don't see my setups happen, and that's really frustrating. I think that's the time when I'm most likely to overtrade, is when I've done my prep and I'm ready to trade, like I'm mentally like I'm ready to go, and the setups just aren't setting up. And I think that's the hardest time. So some days you're going to get more setups than others. Oh shit, sorry, I'm in a trade right now, so I'm like very happy. I was actually kind of heavy in a trade.
Were you long?
Yeah.
Awesome. Congratulations. W for Barbie. Everyone type W in chat for Barbie. Woohoo!
But that hit so fast, so I was like, oh, okay. So anyway.
Holy smokes. So
that's why. So sometimes I have like the systematic trades. They're time based. I like having time based trades so that I can. I mean, that way I have something to fall back on. So I know everyone's sick of hearing about the orb. I'm sick of hearing about the orb too. But the reason that I have like a time-based trade like that is so it keeps me focused on that when I'm not finding the other good setups that I like. Like I mentioned earlier, I love volume setups. I don't have good volume setups today because of the roll. I just avoid them. So I can look for some other things like that. This one I was just purely looking for this breakout. So that's what I had taken. I've talked about this before. I look at if the candles are enthusiastic or not. So if we're coming up to a level, and if we had the level here and we just pitter-pattered down, I wouldn't be that interested. But here's the level and we smashed through it, came back down, bought it. I mean, that's just like, that's the setup, right? That's what I was talking about earlier. It's like I've seen that so many times. I don't even think about it. I just put my order in. So, but sometimes you don't, like sometimes you're sitting here waiting for that and it doesn't happen. And that's when we're over trading, is when we're watching for a trade that's just not setting up. And then you want to front run it, or you want to do something fancy because you're bored. And that's when you have to put the brakes and say, no, we're over trading if I'm doing that.
Okay. Thanks, Barbie. That was a cool win. I believe
I love it when you're just like in a trade and then you have that big thing that's like, because I heard my order fill and my trade or my trail and all that all at once. Like, I love that. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. So but Friday's high was 22,134 in the NASDAQ contract. So we did take that out in that candle.
I'm going to go to the hourly so we can kind of look at that. So there's, oh, I had the other one not on adjusted. So yeah, we've still got some other highs. This is what happens with the roll though. Like I get so mixed up on the roll trying to look at these continuous contracts. So I have to slow everything down this week too. But yeah, I would just
Yeah.
literally look for these next highs here on the hourly. So
Okay.
ES took the first one, and ES is coming up on the second one there. So that's where my trail was. This candle actually came back down and hit. I had an auto trail on, so I'm trailed out. But what I was going for was this high up here. I had it at like 603. I think it goes up to 604. Yeah. So
Very nice. Great
that was
trade.
exciting. Yeah. And
Great trade.
I did catch the orb a little bit too. I was late on it. Here, let me show you. Yes. Okay. So I guess this one I'm at the trail. I've already trailed it. Let's see. So I put the levels over here. Like these are, so this was my trail spot. I did get a late entry. You can see my entry is a little bit late there, but that's okay. And then because I got the trail. Working on that one. But yeah, my ES trade is closed, even though I would love to keep going for the 603, 604 area.
Beautiful.
That happens sometimes too. And like I think that comes with practice too. Like I could be annoyed that I don't still have my runner. I'm a little bit annoyed, but I'm not a lot of it annoyed. And I used to be like, why is this happening to me? But
like the FOMO of not letting
because my runner
run.
my runner got knocked out, but I have a bracket designed for that exact situation where we have that trail that's to capture a lot of money. So in the long run, I know it's going to pay off. So that's why I'm cool and chill.
That's how you fight that FOMO. You remind yourself in the long run, it does pay off.
Yeah, I think I am on an old contract on the orb. That's why I'm confused over there. That chart is y'all are right. So I did not update the chart that I'm streaming, but that one is what it is. In this micros chart, I didn't switch. I switched my NQ and my ES, and I didn't switch my my micros. So I was really focused on the ES trade and not on this micros one, but that's okay.
So NASDAQ is up 283 points, 1.3% so far. And the low of New York session was in that first 5 minutes. Literally, it was almost the opening price. And we have not looked back since. It has just gone up. So it's starting to set up like a good trend day.
Yeah, and I'm going to show a little thing because I talked about this on the stream I did last night, and I think another one, but I haven't done it here. So yeah, I am on the old contract on this after I just told y'all I was switching because I forgot to switch my MNQ. We're just going to ignore that. I'm going to show you something else. So when I'm trailing something like the orb, I have really, really basic rules. So we're just trailing to break even when price gets halfway. I have another way to trail, and this works for any trade, not just the orb. I'm just going to show it to you because y'all know the orb. And then there's another kind of trade here. So the reason I went down to the 1 minute, so if I'm on the 5 minute, I don't have this. On the 5 minute, it's just all green candles moving up, and I don't have another little space to trail. But sometimes what I'll do is I'll go down to a smaller time frame, and of course, if we go down to a smaller time frame, it's less reliable. But I can look for another entry, and so I had this is lagging. I had one here, so I can trail up to this candle. That was kind of it wasn't quite a fib wit entry, but now we're getting another so this is the fib wit up here. So we have a trend, then we have this first bar. So I can actually move my trail up to where I would put it for this fib wit entry if I was entering on this first bar with trend candle here. So this is the most simple way that I can explain to trail your stop when you're in a trend is if you have a new setup, trail to the stop for the new setup that's within your trade already. Does that make sense? So someone was talking about a 3-bar reversal, so that could be another reason you're going to move it up. But I'm looking for kind of the entries and the plays within the play to trail that. I've tried explaining that before, but when it's not actually happening, it's a little bit harder. So here is that move on the cleaner chart here with just the basic levels. We're almost there. Actually, so yeah, I had my take profit too high too because I'm just trailing it.
Whew, market keeps pushing higher. It is on a roll. So reminder, everyone, the promo this week is you pass a Starter Plus or Expert account and you will get one for free. a great reward for passing an eval. Use code YouTube for that, and up to 3 chances to use that code per customer. Let's go, you guys. Code YouTube.
And that's the one. It's like a reward.
Yes.
If you pass your account this week, you get a new one to pass. So
yes. And I believe it's however long it takes you to pass the account. As long as you purchase that new account this week with the
purchase
promo.
it this week. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. But if it takes you 2 months,
you can pass it next week.
Yeah, you can pass it next week. Or, I mean, in a day, if you're using an expert account, you can pass same day. I'm not saying I've done that before. I've also lost evals that way before too. Double-edged sword, you guys.
Indeed.
Leverage.
Oh. I'm getting
NQ says, asked, is it 1 day pass? So the expert accounts are 1 day pass. The starter plus accounts is 50% is the consistency rule for the eval. But on the funded side, there are no consistency rules for the starter plus. The expert account, there are no consistency rules on the eval stage and also on the funded stage, which is awesome. And what's special about the expert account is you can get paid every 14 calendar days. It doesn't matter if you trade or you don't trade. The minimum is 1 trade a week. So if you have a huge day, like let's say you made $4,000 in 1 day, you don't have to trade for the rest of the week. And then next week, just make sure you put on a trade, right? And then you can get paid in 14 calendar days, which is sweet. I love that account. That is what I love about it. So market continues to push higher. Should we set the next bounty? What do you guys think? Chat, what do you think? Should we set the next bounty? Ready? For a possible prize treasure? Yes. J Buzz says viewers. Kay says yes. Roman Arts, good morning. Let's do it. Okay.
Well, if Roman says do it, then we can do it.
We can do it. Roman Arts, I do love the art that you made on using AI. It was very creative.
He made one for Ash too. Or wait, no, it wasn't Ash, it was Matt. He made one for Matt. Maybe he made one for Ash. I saw the Matt one.
Okay.
Those are pretty funny.
Yeah. What should we set the bounty at? What do you think, Barbie? Chat, I see 1,000 views, 800 views. How are we on likes? We're good on likes. Yeah, we have to get our views up.
Yeah, we gotta get our views up. I mean, I like the 1,000 viewers.
I like 1,000 viewers. Everyone share our stream on all of your socials, on your X account, your Instagram, your TikTok, your YouTube. Share it with everyone. Okay, yeah, let's set it at 1,000.
It is set.
It is set.
No stream Thursday because the market is closed.
Thank you for the reminder. So everyone will rest and celebrate on Thursday. We do have a federal holiday in the US, and that's why markets will be closed on Thursday, and we won't have a stream on Thursday. But we have a ton of great content on MyFundedFutures, so make sure you check out all of those videos. Lucas asked, what's on Thursday? Juneteenth.
Which we double checked is the day that commemorates the day that everyone was actually informed about the Emancipation Proclamation. We all knew like basically what it was, but
Big Brain says, America got a holiday for everything. Yes, because we like to celebrate.
They do. I did get stopped out of.
Oh.
Wait, why is it not showing? There it is. Okay. No, it's stopped out well in profit. We are good.
Awesome.
So,
That's
yeah,
two green trades.
I was trailing that up because I did not want to lose a profit on that. I would rather take partial on that one since I got a really nice ES trade in my other account. So I'm still working on the these MyFundedFutures because I have to take minis in them. I don't have enough space in them yet.
How do you decide when you're going to leverage up, Barbie? Like, how
Well,
much
there's
do you have to have?
I need to be able to take like at least 4 losses. So whatever, and I know because I've done this a lot, just what a really nasty trade looks like with the brackets that I like to use and things, and kind of where the market is. This was a hard thing to adjust when we first had Trump come back, and all of a sudden the daily candles were a lot bigger because I had to reduce my size to get my normal trades to fit within what the market was doing. I had some ugly stop outs, more stop outs than I was used to when those candles first got bigger. And so now that I've kind of got that figured out, I mean, I kind of have a feel for it over time, but I use the same brackets over and over and over again, and I'm kind of going for the same space in the market. So I always want to set it up so I can take 4 losses. So if I was trading 5 ES minis in an eval account and I had $1,500 of drawdown, that's going to get real ugly real quick. I mean, I only have to move down 8 points or something to lose the whole account. So I don't have room. I have to use minis until I can get that built up quite a lot. So
Thank you.
once you've built up, funded accounts and things, it is kind of, it can be a patience test to test the evals, but that's good for training too.
Patience seems to be such a theme. I'm hearing patience a lot.
Patience and discipline. I used to actually have those in big sticky notes on my monitors because that was like what I always had to recenter on those 2 ideas, patience and discipline. If I can get my patience and my discipline, I can do this. Because if you look at it, whenever you take a lot, well, not every time, but a lot of the losses you take they're stupid because they were stupid mistakes because you shouldn't have taken that. Or you moved your stop, or there's something you did that went against what you were planning. At least that's in my experience. When I was taking ugly losses, it's usually going against my plan. Moving stops because the market's going to come back. It's just because, I mean, why would it do this to me? It's going to come back. But
hope, yes. Or like for me, it's not moving my stop necessarily, but I'll just keep getting back in, which is the same as leaving a stop in. Sometimes maybe worse. Ashtray says, patience is truly a virtue.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, but once you can get patience in this, if you can get patience with the chart, you can get patience with yourself. You can get patience with exercise, with your kids, with whatever it is. That patience will spill over into the rest of your life. So that's why we're not just improving our trading, we're improving our whole life here. That's why the richest traders are also the fittest. Wow, I was just looking over at this ranking. I don't know who Marcus is. Is Marcus here? He's made over $100,000 in the Ninja Trader arena already on $25,000.
Holy smokes. Marcus, are you in the house?
I thought this was going to be smaller figures because we limited it to ES and NQ. But, we get a nice move like this. Whew. Somebody knew how to use it.
Coach Fred said, patience is discipline. Yeah, that's true. You're exercising the discipline.
I think there's a little bit of different nuance because you have to have the discipline to have the patience kind of thing. But like having those 2 words, those were like my biggest grounding words.
Market is still trading at the highs of the day. We are up 295 points in NQ, 1.3536%. Market just wants to go higher. Oh, I did hear someone say all gap fills. So all gaps that happened on the way down, all those gaps get filled because the market always ends up going higher. So in theory, 100% of the gap fills get filled on the way up, which I never
On the
thought
way up.
about it that way, but it's like, yeah, that makes sense for all of you investors out there. Market is still pushing higher. It's wanting to make a new high of the day.
Yeah, we got at least on these 5 minutes, little bull flaggy guys here.
Oh, here we go. We just made a new high of the day. It's pushing. Let's take some questions. Chat, ask us your questions. What has been on your mind? What would you like to know, learn about? What would you like us to share with you today?
I want to make sure everyone's really super clear on the contract roll. I'll go peek at that in a second too.
Oh yeah, we
Let
still
me,
need to talk about that.
if nobody is like, if nobody, you gotta understand it. Are we missing any of this at all? Let me know. I'll go over to this real quick. We can look at this. There's the leaderboard I was talking about. 107 somebody's got already.
That's incredible. It's only been not even a full day. It hasn't even been
That's
24 hours yet.
That's okay. I see Dell down here. You got to go get him. We're rooting for you. And then I know
Go,
Lucas is in here. Oh, there's Boba. Let's go.
Oh, Lucas said, I'm up there, baby. Lucas, where are you?
They're getting tossed around a lot. There's a lot of trading going on. I can tell this thing just keeps moving. So
Lucas says, I'm 4.
There he is. 76,000.
Woohoo! Go, Lucas.
Look at that. In our chat right now. 4th place gets money. Pretty nice.
So the bounty is set at 1,000 viewers. I see a few questions about that. How do we get to see the leaderboard? Linda asks.
That's at the Arena website. So it's arena.ninjatrader.com, or if you want to give me credit for getting there, it's bullbarbie.link/arena. And then I think you have to log in. But if you have a Ninja or Tradeabate login, you can use that. Otherwise, you can just create a free account and then you can go look at the leaderboard.
Thank you. Yes, you are hosting that. Our very own Special Bull Barbie is hosting that trading competition. Someone asked, are we going to reach all-time highs today?
As possible. We're close enough. I did check on the roll a little bit. I mean, we are. I'm seeing what we were talking about earlier. So this blue is the normal pace of the roll. I don't know how to make this bigger right now, but we are this little orange yellow line here. So we are around 30% complete and increasing. So that's the current state of the roll. So that's they're basing that on volume. So that's how many contracts we've, or what percentage of the contracts people are trading the volume on right now. It happens pretty fast when we actually get into this. All right, so if I hadn't trailed the orb, it would have made the full thing, but I did have that copied to other accounts too, so I wanted to get something booked on that. What else do we have? Okay, so you know what we can do?
What can we do?
I was going to show, so you were talking about the different ways that people can get out of contracts. This is from the CME Group's website. I think that they have the best information on futures contracts. I mean, they're literally they're the ones in charge of this product. So this video is like not that great, but this information on here. So these are the different ways. We have the contract expiration, and this will kind of show you the different ways that people can get out of it. So this is on the 3rd Friday of the expiration month is when this usually generally starts. TradingView used to flip the contracts on Fridays, and I didn't like that because that means on Thursday I have to get my new chart set up, and I don't like doing that in the middle of the week. That's not really how I structure my trading weeks. So I really like how I can do that over the weekend and come fresh to a new chart on the weekend. So I do it on Mondays, and I think it seems like a lot of people do that as well. But there's a few different ways that you can do it, so that you can don't do that. Let us read it. You can offset the position, which is just exactly what we were talking about earlier, where you just get out, you close it, hopefully in profit, and then you're going to offset the position with an equal transaction to neutralize it. So if you're short 2 crude oil contracts, you will need to buy 2 crude oil contracts. So that's one way you can get out. The other way is just to actually roll over. This is the way that most people will do it, where you just literally move your position from one contract to the next one. It's not as complicated as this, where they're doing hedging and stuff. So this is the way that most people will kind of think about it. You're just going, the offset is simultaneous when you're doing that. Settlement's the last way. This isn't really pertinent to the futures contracts so much. Not many people are actually settling them, but if you're settling it, so the indexes are cash, so you'd get settled for, what the cash value of the index is. But it makes more sense if you're thinking about barrels of crude oil or corn or like a commodity, something like that, or even gold. That way you could think of it like you're actually settling that in barrels of oil or pounds of corn, however they deliver that. I don't even know. That's not really, we're speculating. We're not really messing with that. So what most people need to worry about is just the literal, just rolling over, just getting out of the June and moving into the September.
Thank you. Yeah, certain brokers won't even let you get the actual commodity. They will liquidate your position. Yes.
And most of the futures brokers that we're using are like that. So if it's a discount, like specialty futures broker, they're here, they're with us here for the speculation. They're not messing with it.
Mm-hmm. We are speculators. Kind of cool to say that out loud. We're always speculating.
Always.
NASDAQ is still pushing higher. Wow. It's a beautiful trend day so far.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So far, we're definitely getting that trend.
The low of New York session was made basically at the opening. Market open, and that was it. No chance to buy except for that 5 minutes if you were trying to catch the low of the day. Pine Tree Trader says, Barbie and Terry holding down the opening drive show is fire. Thank you. You guys are all so awesome. You make the show so much better. Thank you for joining us every morning.
Speculators, not spectators.
Speculators.
You could be a speculator if you're not trading. So yeah, if you're on the bench with Terry, you're speculating, or no, spectating. You're speculating until you get put on the bench. Then you're spectating.
Spectating, yes.
It's okay to spectate. You can still watch it. You can still paper trade it.
100%. And like most of the time, we should be out of the market, I think, if you're
especially if you're a scalper, because a lot of y'all come to this like, I want to be a scalper. I want to get these quick moves, and then you're sitting there pissed off about positions after 2 hours. So we don't want to do that. If the plan is to scalp, you should scalp it.
Yes. And I am successful today because I only took that one trade on our stream, and that's it. I mean, the one that I showed you in the morning, and then the one that I got smoked right away. Like, got smoked before I could even blink my eyes.
Is that hard though? So like, if you get out really, really fast, does it feel like it's unfair and you should have another shot, or you're sticking to the plan though, right?
I am sticking to the plan, exactly, because that trade was for a long, and that's okay. I just sit back and watch and wait until tomorrow. So it's all good. If anyone would like to purchase a new account, use code YouTube. This week's promo is you buy one starter plus and or an expert account. And once you pass that eval, you will get a freebie as a nice reward. So it can potentially be a BOGO. Buy one, get one free, potentially.
I saw Yamal Young Millionaire was said he's jelly of the ones who wrapped up in the morning. And I want to let's address this for a minute because I get that too. Sometimes I see because we're in a Discord. Some traders will hit it really, really even pre-market. They'll be done, and then I'm just coming to the computer and I'm like, I don't want to be done. Or we'll just all sit there and they'll catch the move and I'll hesitate and not take it, and then it's like, well, but I also so the way I look at this is we're looking at the big picture. So big picture, they're going to get some of those and I'm not going to get some of those. I'm not going to catch every single move, and I am all for my trading besties getting that move if I can't. And that's just the way I've had to come to look at it. So I'm not going to catch every single move, but I know I will. So sometimes I just flat out miss out on it. Happens. It'll be my move that I take every time, but I'll still screw up or I'll be distracted. Something will happen. I don't take it. And then I'll see someone else take it. And it does kind of burn for a second, but I don't dwell on it because I know that it's coming. And I talk about this a lot. I've just kind of gotten used to this, but I mean, I was also working in real estate. So it's like, I'm either poor or, swimming in cash, but the market is kind of like that a little bit because it's a lot of days are boring. A lot of days I'm just making little bitty trades just to keep the account moving in hopefully the right direction. Not always, but usually. And then I have those big days where I catch the breakout and I get the trail. My trail doesn't get stopped out or anything. And I know that day is coming. And so even when I miss like a prime setup, or I'm like getting irritated that everyone else hit this massive move and I've got nothing to show for it, but I know that day is coming. I know that my day is coming. We all kind of have that day. And it doesn't, I'm just waiting. I'm being patient and I'm waiting for it.
Yes. I like that. Being patient, knowing your day is coming. It might not be today, but it's coming.
And sometimes you never know. Like I keep saying, Mondays are always slow. I don't make very much on Mondays, but sometimes like last Monday was a really good day. And I've had other days that happens too. Sometimes it's when I least expect it.
Speaking of least expecting, the form has dropped, you guys. Everyone go and fill out that form for a chance to win a free 50K Starter Plus account. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Thank you for all these giveaways. Everyone, make sure you go fill that out, and we will be giving away some more free accounts. Hopefully it'll be with the wheel, whoever gets to do the wheel. I'm kind of a little jelly that we don't get to announce the wheel.
Yeah, you want, yeah. Well, Ash does a great job with it. Everybody else does a good job with it. So we'll just watch. We'll be spectators with chat. I'm still watching. I was about to say I'm still watching VIX melt.
Whew.
So
Nasdaq.
Over to Nasdaq
is.
See?
Oh, sorry. What was that, Barbie?
Melting. I'm watching VIX go. I'm melting.
So as the VIX goes down, typically the markets go higher. Inverse relationship.
Yep, fear and greed, especially when we're coming off of 20. That usually is a good sign. When it's sitting down around 12 and it moves up to 13 and then back down to 12, it's not going to be as big of a move as when it's up here 20, 22, coming back down to 19. So I keep an eye on that for sure. But we are over kind of that bull trigger that I had. I wish I was still trailing it, but that's okay. We were just talking about that. It's okay. I'll get another one. And just watching this thing work its way up. We're kind of doing the walk up, the grind.
Yep. So this is the initial balance being set. We have the low at 22,014. The high of that initial balance, I mean, so far, as long as this candle doesn't make a new high, the high of the initial balance is 22,194. And we are clearly above VWAP. Market is up about 1.47%, the NASDAQ.
A pretty happy market. I guess the market only cares about war for a couple days, and now we're all good.
Yeah. I remember seeing that with when Ukraine and the Russia war, similar thing, like market just tanked overnight. And then market just slowly kept going higher, higher, reversed the whole move.
It happens a lot. And I was wondering, I think this might be partly because of like we're numb after the whole Israel thing. It's like, yeah, they're just going to keep doing that over there, and life's going to keep moving on. Stonks are going to continue to go up. And I think that might be part of it. It's like we're a little fatigued from just all this bombing drama. Like, seriously, another one, which is kind of bad. But I mean, I do think that's a little bit what the market's dealing with right now. It's like, yeah, okay.
Fatigued from that. Fatigued from just bad news.
Yeah, it's like I mean, we got all this horrible, terrible news, and the market's still charging forward because that's what it always does. If it didn't, we wouldn't be, how far up are we from COVID? Let's look at that. This is what I
Yeah,
like
let's
to
take
put
a
in
look.
perspective. How far up are we from COVID? I mean, this is just 2024. This is the daily. Like COVID. Oh, no, we're not down there yet. Nope. Here we are. This is COVID. Like,
Holy
look at what
smokes.
we've done since COVID. So, no, I mean, we're all good. We're all good.
We are good.
This is the interest rate nonsense here. I mean, look, the market cared more about interest rates than the world ending. So,
Yeah.
in a global pandemic, the market was much more concerned with interest rates. So, perspective.
I see Scripted Signals said, I closed my long NQ. Congratulations. That must have been a great long.
Yeah, you should be up. If you went long, you should be good.
Yes,
If you
type in
didn't,
W
then
if you made
then you need
money
to
on
work
the long.
Yeah, if you didn't, then it's trade management or money management is going to be your focus for today, your homework. Because like we were saying, money management is where you can even turn a bad trade good, or at least have it not hurt your account. So if you went long and fumbled it, that's okay. You can get better. That could be improved. But what you need to improve is how you're structuring your entries in your money management.
And just a day at a time. We're not going to become expert traders overnight as much as I wish I could become an expert trader overnight.
I want to.
Dang
I want to
it.
be the best, right? Meow.
Hugo made some money on the longs today. Awesome job. Okay, thanks, guys.
I'm pumping.
You're pumping. Market is pumping higher. Barbie's pumping. Let's go. It's Monday. Everyone make it a great day today. Thank you, Barbie, for a fun show. And go check out the Ninja Trader Arena competition. Barbie is hosting that. Tell us the special link that you made again, Barbie.
I'll post it in chat too, but it's bullbarbie.link/arena. They gave me a really long one and I didn't like it, so I made a short one.
Thank you. And thanks, you guys, for following along, interacting with us. It makes the show so fun. And remember, use code YouTube for once you pass a starter plus and or an expert account, you can get a free one by using code YouTube this week. Let's welcome Ash Trades onto the show. Hey, Ash.
Good morning. Hello.
Good morning. How was your vacation?
Wow. I mean, what a phenomenal time. I highly suggest, if anybody hasn't been there already, you have to go to Greece. I mean,
I was right.
Absolutely phenomenal. I just couldn't even say enough about it. Every part about it was amazing.
Holy smokes, because you posted that picture on your X account and you're like, if someone can guess, type below and then I'll enter you into a drawing to win something. When I saw the picture, I'm like, that looks like Greece. I've never been there. I've only seen pictures.
You have to try it. It was astonishing. I mean, the history in Athens and then all the views. We did a little boat tour over to Mykonos as well. Just all around astonishing, everything about it.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll have to go. It is on the list. So many places to go see on the list. How's your morning going so far?
Very good. I was looking for higher prices to start the week, and I wasn't expecting this, so that makes me very happy. Unfortunately, I didn't get to position in it. I was looking at a long right at New York Open here. I was trying to buy this little breaker block here. Right at the Open, they made a nice move, and I had an idea set for longs here at like 60, 72 on ES. But this thing, it just wanted to go higher. Left without me, and that's completely okay. That's part of the game.
It is part of the game. So I will pass the ball to you so you can keep playing the game, and I will see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, chat? I'm very excited to be back with everybody. Back to the normal business schedule. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Very, very excited to get back. Right back to the normal business schedule. We'll be live streaming, posting on X, posting in Discord, the whole nine, right back to normal business. But I must say, what a great vacation. I highly suggest it. I've said this many other times in other live streams, but having built-in breaks is very important. Having time off to reset, recharge, refocus, gain perspective, build that motivation. It's very well needed, both mentally, physically, and in terms of risk management. I personally don't think you should be executing every single day the market is open. So there's many different reasons, both mentally, physically, financially, to be taking breaks, just to, refocus, recharge, and take some time to, understand what you're doing here. What is our goals? Make sure we understand our objectives, go over the processes that we're putting in place to achieve those objectives. And then on top of that, getting some time to objectively analyze that. This market is very emotion inducing. So it's hard day to day to be able to take perspective on, your process, how you're doing and, the progress that you're making, because you're so emotionally charged by your results from day trading that it's hard to get that objective analysis on your results, on your own data. For example, you come in, you take a loss, you're probably feeling that need to make that money back. And that's the revenge trading that occurs from that emotionally induced feeling that will ruin results. So you don't get that chance to be able to objectively analyze your results unless you take some of those breaks, because the current results emotionally induces you to do some things. So we have gotten a lot of time going over all that logic, over that mental and emotional intelligence during my time here. And I want to continue to do that, because the reality of the situation is this is an everyday battle. Okay. This isn't once you get the understanding, you're set for the rest of time. No, this is a day-to-day battle. You have to win the war in your mind. Okay. I truly think that 80% of this game is mental. 20% of this game is charts. Okay. So there were some really good points that Bull Barbie and Terry were making during their segments that I even wanted to reiterate because of how valuable it was. So definitely stick around for the other hosts, along with showing up to Bull Barbie's and Terry's segment, because the amount of value that's being provided on these streams is truly incredible. They were talking about patience. There was many different points in the conversation where they were talking about how patience is truly a virtue, with yourself, with your business, with your results, with your trading, with your family, with your health, the whole nine. we practice patience in all aspects of our life so that we can get to those goals that we want. Okay. It's not going to be an overnight success. And, you know, if you're seeing that stuff online, I would run the other way. Okay. If you're just looking at, you know, how I turned $100 into $1 million overnight, don't fall into that, you know, new shiny object syndrome. Don't fall into that euphoric misinformation that's on social media. You have to be okay with delayed gratification. You have to put processes in place to allow you to be here in the long term. You know, if you're leveraging yourself to the nine, to the point where one trade will make or break you, then you're not going to be here in the long term. Okay. You have to have patience with your abilities. You have to have patience with your mind and your emotions. You have to have patience with your results. There's a lot of examples that I use, but this is one of my favorite ones. You know, a doctor goes to school for 15 years to even get a career, right? So that doctor is studying for 15 years without any source of income, right? They're actually paying to go to school. Okay. So they wait 15 years to even see some source of income, yet for some reason, people in the trading industry feel the need to be profitable in their first week, their first day, their first month, their first year. This is truly one of the hardest businesses there are to run. So you have to have patience with yourself. Okay. You have to give yourself time to develop the skill. Okay. You have to execute for that amount of time so you can build that muscle memory. While executing through that amount of time, you also have to risk properly so that you can last that amount of time. Okay. On top of the fact that you have to carry these things over into your day-to-day life, right? You can't be so euphoric, or you can't be so fearful. You can't get so angry towards your family because of your results, towards your friends because of your results. Don't let that carry over. And that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that patience is truly a virtue. Okay. You have to have patience in all aspects of this business. If you try to rush the process because you're oversizing, over leveraging, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. Okay. And that's what's going on here with my live account. Okay. Quick update on the live account. We're still running it. We've completed our first month in the live account. So here's my first question for chat. And this is the point that I'm trying to make about patience. Here's my first question to chat. Chat, what is the longest funded account you've ever had in terms of days? How long have you kept a funded account? Throw it in chat. I want to see how long that chat keeps their funded accounts. Or are you the individual to be turning and burning? Just every day, starting a new eval, every day, leveraging to the nine, trying to hit a max payout to the point where you're burning accounts every single week? Or are you playing the long game? Right? How throw in chat how many days you've had your longest funded account. And let's see. We'll see how much patience chat has. All right, so let me hop over to chat now and let's see what it's looking like. All right, almost over there. And let's take a look. All right, so 30 to 40 days, very good job, Lucas. 1 month, very good job, Renee. 1 day, yeah, see, that's kind of what I'm talking about. That 1 day is just not acceptable. 7 days is not acceptable. 6 days is not acceptable. 6 days, yeah, see, 18 days isn't even acceptable. 5 days, 5 days, 8 days. This is what I'm getting at here. Take your prior results and see what that has gotten you so far, right? If you're blowing an account within the first 5 days of having it, has that gotten you payouts? Yes or no? So now that's the second question that I have for you, is that for the individuals that have had an account for less than a month, Are you reaching payouts? Are you making more money than you're spending? Right? The cost of evals. How much are you spending on evals versus how much are you withdrawing from your funded accounts? Seriously, be real with yourself, because this is day trading. These are the statistics that we need to objectively analyze to make progress in this business. So if you're one of those individuals that only keep a funded account for a week or anything less than a month, and you are not hitting those withdrawals that you're looking for, don't you think something needs to change? Don't you think we need to fix something in terms of risk management, in terms of mental or emotional intelligence, in terms of patience? Seriously. This is the mental or emotional control that we need to go over. This isn't just a signal service. I'm not going to be showing up just to provide trades. I'm going over all corners of this business. I'm going over all aspects of this business, and I'm going to be real with you. Because the reality of the situation is if you're not hitting those payouts, then we're going backwards, right? Expenses need to be less than income. Your income, right? Your withdrawals need to be much larger than your expenses. And if you rushing through your funded accounts is not getting you those withdrawals, then we need to point to that information and say, what do we need to fix here? All right. And so now I'm looking at chat, and some of the individuals are saying no, right? They're not hitting those payouts, right? No, I was $600 away from getting a payout, but I got tilted tonight and the account is now blown. So what is the obstacle holding you back? What is that thing, inside your head, or that feeling that you're having that's making you blow that account, right? Is it the fact that you have a loss, and then after having that loss, you immediately go back into the market thinking that you need to make that money back, or thinking that your bias is correct even though price is moving the opposite direction? Are you forcing your will upon the market because of some need to be green? Is that the issue? Or is the issue that you're oversizing, right? You're not properly sizing so that the idea that you have on the chart cannot play out properly because you get knocked out of your position before it ever moves in the intended direction. Which one is it? We really need to dig into the results and figure it out, because this is what makes the progress. What is it? And then after figuring out what it is, whatever the obstacle is, are you even taking a proactive step towards bettering that issue? Right? So, for example, if it's your risk management, let's say that it's not a size thing, it's not a need to be greed. Excuse me. It's not a size thing, or it's not a need to be green thing. That it's a control over your risk management, right? For some reason, your losses are larger than your winners. We need to start putting limitations on the account. It's very simple. Limitations such as bracket orders, right? When you enter a position, every single time you enter a position, your stop loss is 25 points on NQ, and your take profit is 50 points on NQ, right? Do we need to start using bracket orders, right? That's a 1 to 2 risk to reward. One contract of NQ at 25 points would be $500 loss, and the take profit would be a $1,000 win. Do we need to put a process in place to make sure that your risk management is a 1 to 2 risk to reward? That's what I'm getting at here. Do we need to take proactive steps towards fixing those issues? Or is it a mental thing, right? Is it you cannot deal with delayed gratification, right? You try to rush to those payouts because you want it that badly. Okay. The thing that I would have to say about that is having less expenses is more important than you getting to your goal in a shortened period of time. And now let me explain that. Right? Your expenses, your cost of getting an eval. We don't have an unlimited source of money to be spending thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on expenses. So the money you do have needs to be used properly, right? If you know you have a limit in terms of your expenses, then you need to have more patience in your accounts, right? If you only have a certain amount of money and this is what you're capable of putting towards your business, then make that money last as long as possible so you can stay in the game for as long as possible. There's no time limit on that, okay? That's what I'm trying to get at. Patience is truly a virtue. At some point in time, you're going to see that. You know, if you have less expenses, that's bettering the bottom line so you can increase the top line. Okay, and this all revolved around me going over the live account, which here it is here. We are still nicely profitable. It's been my first month in the live account. We've done up to 43%, right? So here's the next conversation that I would have with you is realistic versus unrealistic expectations. Okay, this is very important. A lot of people compare themselves to other people. That's going to ruin your expectations. You're gonna think that you should be doing some sort of goal compared to just focusing on your own business, compared to just working on getting 1% better every single day, right? So my live account's a 10K live account, right? So it's very clear what 43% of 10K is, right? So a lot of people would go and say, oh, that's not a lot of money. That's probably 50% of the population, whereas the other 50% of the population would say, wow, I would, making 43% in 1 month is astonishing, right? You would get both perspectives there, right? So instead of comparing yourself to somebody else and saying, oh, this individual made 10K this month, you don't know what account size they're using. You don't know how many expenses they have. They are not clicking the buttons for you. So none of that matters. Somebody else's opinion does not matter. Whether somebody thinks, you should be making more money, or whether you compare yourself to somebody else thinking, I need to make just as much as they're making, comparison is the thief of joy, okay? In my opinion, all you need to do is focus on your own business, focus on getting 1% better every single day, and, turn the blinders on. Seriously, this is another weird comparison, but why do you think racehorses have blinders? You know what I'm saying? Like, they have blinders because they're only focused on their own race. They don't look left. They don't look right. They look straight forward towards the finish line. The only thing that they are focused on is completing the race. So seriously, turn the blinders on. Don't allow any other noises, any other opinions. Don't compare to anybody else. Be objective to your own data. Find some patience and take proactive steps towards bettering your business. Okay? Doesn't matter what anybody else is doing. The only person that's going to click the button for you is yourself. Okay? So stop comparing. Only focus on bettering yourself mentally, emotionally, financially. And you do that by showing up and working every single day. Put the time in. Conviction is built through experience. And that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to continue to keep showing up to the live stream so that we can go through the logic, the thought process, the decision making every single day. Okay, so just wanted to have a quick talk with everyone. That was the perspective that I gained from taking a quick break. Okay, so whether you wanted to hear the rant or not, taking a nice little vacation really put things into perspective. That I'm not in a race with anybody else but myself. That the only thing that needs to happen is that I need to keep getting better each day. I need to be objective to my results and continuously win the war every single day, both mentally, emotionally, and financially. It is you versus you, and that's all it comes down to. Okay, so rant over now. Very excited to be back with everyone. Thank you for having me. We're going to keep relentlessly working and learning every single week. So for any other like-minded professionals that want to continue to keep working and learning, let's show up. Let's gain conviction through experience, and let's go through this information each day. Okay, so now I'm going to hop into some price action. I'm going to show you the bias that I had. This was provided to my groups. Okay, so obviously it looks like hindsight now because the move already occurred, which is leading me to say I have no interest in taking positions up here. Okay, the longs already occurred. I did have a bullish bias, and here's my explanation why. Okay, if you want to see my weekly outlook, that is posted in my communities. But yesterday, before the weekly open, this is what I pointed to. And it's the same information that we go over here on stream. So on a daily chart, that's where I get my bias. When I'm looking for a bias, I'm looking at swing lows, swing highs, and FVGs. I'm looking at the most recent information. Okay, swing lows and bullish FVGs give me a bullish bias. Swing highs and bearish FVGs give me a bearish bias. Okay, so you can see that on Friday, we swept a swing low. Okay, so you can see it here. We tapped a daily swing low. This would give me a bullish bias. Okay, so that's why you saw the arrow pointing higher on the screen. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for higher prices to this swing high. To confirm that idea, we've talked about this many times. To confirm that idea, you use SMT, right? A crack in correlation between two correlated assets. SMT is used as a confluence to an idea, right? So the idea is being bullish because we just swept a daily swing low. Now at this daily swing low, you can see that ES took out the low right here. ES took out the low. If you go over to the correlated pair, NQ, you can see that NQ did not take out the low. Right? It made equal lows. This is just, let me see if this is incredible. There's no way that this would be the same exact price. That's just incredible if it was. Let me do something real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Where are chart values? Give me 2 seconds. Chart values, there they are. All right, so I was doing that so I can see the open, high, low, close. Let's hover over the candle that I'm analyzing. The open is 21,685.50. 21,685.50. Let's look at the low of this candle. The low is, wow, 21,685.50. I mean, incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
Luke.
Boom. What's up?
Very happy to be back. How are you doing?
Good. You enjoyed your adventure?
A little bit sunburnt. It was a phenomenal time. Very well-needed break. I'm very happy to be back, though. Ready to get back to work.
Isn't that great? Well, we all missed you. If you missed Ash, will you put a little heart emoji in the chat? I know I missed him.
And how are you? How's your week starting off so far?
Good, except we need a little bit more audience. I've got some giveaways queued, codes created, account picked, but we need at least 1,000 people to drop the next one. Can we do that, Ash?
Let's get the views up to 1,000.
Can we all share the stream? Can we all like the stream? Post it in your Discord, your ex, your grandma, your boyfriend, your ex-boyfriend, whoever it is. So that way we can get cooking. The big dogs are back.
1,000 views and 1,000 likes. I want to see the likes go up as well.
Yes, and I missed you all. I was on Tanya's stream last Friday instead of our own.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm ready to be back. I've been missing the charts myself.
All right, if we get to 1,000, I'm going to do the wheel spin and drop a code. How's that?
Sounds like a good deal to me.
That sounds fun. We're ready to get active?
Let's do it, chat.
All right, well, welcome back, my friend. I will stop interrupting, let you keep going. But again, I'll say this to the group. We get to 1,000. We're going to drop a code and hit a wheel spin. But no fun happens until that point. Should I put the link to the forum in the chat again?
Definitely drop the link. That way people in chat can fill out the information on the link and get entered into that giveaway.
All right, I'll put that one in the chat again too. Boom, there you have it. All right, over to you, sir.
Sounds good. So you heard the man. Share the stream, like the video. Let's get the views up to 1,000. That way we can get the next giveaway going. Throw it on X, throw it in Discord, throw it on Instagram, share it with all your friends. Let's get the viewers up to 1,000. So what I was pointing to here was the bias for the week. I'll go back to the information that we left off at. ES swept the daily swing low. That's a location to have a bullish bias. Then to confirm that bias, you can use SMT, a crack and correlation. So that's what I was pointing to there on ES. You can see that ES clearly took out the swing low. At that same time, NQ did not take out that swing low. So I was going over the values here. You can see that the low of this candle here is the same exact price as the swing low here, which is just astonishing that they would use the same exact number. That's incredible. Nonetheless, that shows you the bullish SMT. Right? So at a location of having a bullish bias, you then get a confirmation of SMT. Therefore, I would look for higher prices. Right? So that was my bias. And we'll look for price to reach for the swing high here as the target. On top of the fact that I've been streaming for new all-time highs ever since I joined the stream. My overall target is new all-time highs, but that's a long-term target. Okay, I don't think that'll happen today or tomorrow. I think the overall direction is heading to this location. I'm not putting a time limit on it. Okay, simply just looking for higher prices. When we get to locations of having bullish biases, that's the time to execute the longer-term bias. All right, so think about it. Let's just review it as well. The locations to have a bullish bias are below swing lows or inside bullish FVGs. All right, so let's look at, through this entire run, let's look at the times in which we were inside those locations. Right? Imagine if you were able to catch a long inside of the bullish daily FVG. Imagine if you were able to capture a long inside the bullish daily FVG. This is the point that I'm trying to make. This is why it's the logic that I use, right? So inside bullish FVGs, below swing lows, those are locations to be executing a bullish bias, to be positioning for longs, right? Let's keep looking. Here's another bullish FVG. Okay. Here's another bullish FVG. Imagine all the times that you were able to position yourself within this trend. And also notice how many executions that would be, right? We're only talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So less is more. Patience is truly a virtue, right? During times where we're not at those locations, you have to be patient enough to wait for that. But you get many opportunities. People think that you should be executing every single day. In my opinion, you shouldn't be executing every single day. You should be executing when you're dealing with higher probabilities. Right? So you do get many opportunities throughout this uptrend. And if you took advantage of higher probability situations, look at these positions too. I mean, this is incredible. We decisively move higher each time we've tested one of these locations. Okay, so that's the reason why I use that logic. Okay, simply just on a daily chart, below a swing low or inside a bullish FVG, I have a bullish bias. Above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, I have a bearish bias. Simply all it boils down to. A bias is just an idea, right? So a bias is just an idea to get you in and out of a position. Then you use SMT as a confirmation to that idea. And you execute during the time of hunting hours. Set a defined time to execute. And that defined time should be when you can provide your undivided attention to price action. Right? I don't care if you execute during Asia, London, New York. You can execute whichever time you're capable of providing your undivided attention to your risk management. Okay, so I see people already asking why I had a bullish bias today. Maybe you just missed that entire conversation, but I quite literally just explained the fact that there's bullish SMT at the lows while ES swept the swing low. Okay, so below a swing low, I have a bullish bias. You can see that ES took out the swing low at the same exact time. NQ created bullish SMT. Those two things are the reason why I have a bullish bias. Okay. So now I got another 25 minutes for my segment. We went over some mental and emotional intelligence to begin. It's just some perspective that I gained while taking a vacation, making sure that I'm in my own lane, focusing on my own business, remaining patient. And the live account is showing that. The live account is showing that. We've completed our first month in the live account. It's done 43%. I could take another payout if I wanted to, or I could keep looking to compound. So we'll just keep working. Just take it one day at a time. Was quite astonishing to see that the majority of chat isn't even capable of holding on to an account for more than 30 days. We really need to change that. Okay, so if that means going lower position size, if that means taking less trades, I highly suggest you start having less expenses. Right? You have to better the bottom line while increasing the top line. Okay, so it's very simple. If you need a lower size, just go to the micros. Go to MES instead of executing on ES. Go to MNQ instead of executing on NQ. Okay? bullish bias for today. I just explained the bullish bias. Here's the position that I was looking for this morning. Okay, once again, pointed out in my communities. Right here, everybody knows that I use the unicorn model, right? So a bullish bias means during New York Open, I would look for a bullish entry function, right? So a bullish breaker with an FVG aligned with it. Very clear. You could see it right here. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Okay, so bullish breaker with an FVG aligned with it, right? So you have a unicorn model here. This is the entry function that I use. Seeing the entry function aligned with my bias, that's something that I want to execute. Okay, so I then look to position from the beginning of the breaker with a stop at the low, targeting 2R. And this will explain why there was no execution, right? They decided to move higher without retesting the breaker, right? So I was looking for this. Instead, what we got was this. So creating a bias, then during your hunting hours, looking for an entry function aligned with that bias. Very simple logic. It could be that easy if you allow it to. You really don't need hundreds of different concepts. You just need to create an idea, execute that idea with defined risk management. That's all it comes down to. So bullish bias, bullish entry function. I had orders set here. Clearly, they did not get tagged. After price ran to the objective, right, 2R, that's when I canceled the orders. If price runs to the objective before providing an entry, then I no longer execute that position, right? So now that 2R has been completed, I would no longer consider taking that as an entry. All right, so I'm on the sidelines right now. That's why you don't see any open positions in my live account. All right, so still bullish. Now to start moving forward, how to continue to keep operating. I'm not interested in taking longs up here, right? I am still bullish, yes. I am still looking for higher prices, yes. But the places that I look to position myself in a bullish bias are bullish FVGs or below swing lows, right? Right now, we're above swing highs, right? Look at these swing highs here and here. Instead of positioning there, I would rather wait for price to go into a bullish FVG than continue the bias, right? So I'm not looking to enter longs. I'm not a breakout trader. That's not how I execute. I'm a reversal trader. I'd rather see price come down a little bit into the location that I look for longs to then continue the bias. Okay, so moving forward, remaining bullish and pointing to areas that I would want to execute that idea of being bullish. Okay, so I got another 20 minutes for my segment. If you want to throw any questions or comments in chat, we can now go over some questions and comments. You can ask me anything about this business, whether it's executing, whether it's risk management, whether it's my bias, whether it's my model, whether anything you'd like. Throw some questions in chat. I'll head over to chat. You heard the man, Luke. We got to get the viewers up to 1K. We want to see the viewers at 1K for the next bounty. That's when we'll do the next giveaway. So share the stream on your socials. Share it with your friends. Get to 1K viewers for the next giveaway. While you're at it, if you're wondering why you can't participate with us here in chat, you have to be subbed to the channel. Sub-only mode for chat. So sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. That way you could be alerted for when we go live again. We're going live each day of the week. Thursday is a bank holiday, so that's the only day we are not going live this week. But we have expert traders joining the show every single week, providing a lot of value. The hosts on the show are providing their experience and their value every single day. The amount of giveaways that we're doing is absolutely incredible. The education, the trades that we're showing, the levels that we're pointing to, we're providing as much value as we can every single day. Get the viewers up to 1K views. That way we can do the next giveaway. While we're waiting, let's hop over to chat, and I'll go over any questions or comments during the last 20 minutes of my segment. And let me hop over there and let's see what we have. How do I gain the discipline to sit out of the markets when I'm lost and don't understand what price is doing? If you don't have discipline in your real life, then you're not going to have discipline in this chart. So I would work on discipline in real life first, because this chart is a mirror. It's a reflection of your current self. Okay, so do you go to the gym? Right? If you don't go to the gym, I expect you to be going to the gym at least 3 times a week from here on out. That's how you build discipline. Building discipline is doing something you might not want to do, but you do it anyways because you know it's the right thing for you, right? Being healthy, working on your health, exercising is the right thing to do, whether you want to do it or not. Other examples are reading books, right? Do you work on your mental and emotional intelligence? Right? If you don't, I expect you to be reading 10 pages of a book each day. Another way to work on that is your eating habits, right? Are you a healthy gut is a healthy mind, right? So are you eating healthy? Can you control your eating habits? 3 different ways to be working on discipline outside of the charts that's going to carry over onto the charts. You have to be disciplined in real life to be disciplined on the charts. Okay. Very good question. So once again, we're going over any questions or comments, any information. Feel free to ask me anything about this business. We'll go over it. Hi, Ash. Can you please take a look at the unicorn model on NQ right after New York Open? Did it retest? We just reviewed that position, right? So we had a bullish bias. At New York Open, we got a bullish breaker here. This is the bullish breaker. All right, so the entry is at the beginning of the breaker. Stop loss is at the low, targeting 2R. You can see that price never retested the breaker after it was formed, right? It did not go down here and then up. So no, it did not retest the breaker, but whether price retests the breaker or not is not what determines whether this is a breaker. A breaker is simply a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high, right? An FEG is a 3-candle pattern in which the first candle and the third candle do not overlap each other, right? So the unicorn model is a breaker block plus an FEG. This is the unicorn model. Whether price retests the entry function or not does not determine whether it's a unicorn or not. It was a unicorn. It just did not get an entry. Price decided to go to the target before giving an entry. Since it did that, I'm no longer willing to use this entry function. It completed its objective, right? So these are the things that make me understand whether there is a trade or not, right? I have no FOMO of missing out on this, right? I don't care that the bias was correct if I didn't get to execute, is what I'm saying. I have reasons how or why I execute. Those are what I'm interested in. Being process-driven instead of being result-driven, right? It didn't give an entry. That's all that matters to me. Therefore, there's no risk that was put on. Plain and simple. Great. Bias was right. Logic was correct. No risk taken. How do you define the breaker block? For a bullish breaker, it's the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity, right? So if there's consecutive up close candles, then you use the consecutive candles. In this case, right? So taking liquidity means a run below a swing low or a run above a swing high. So you can see that when we took liquidity was from this point in time to this point in time. We ran below the swing low. So we need to find the highest up close candle before that happened, which would be this candle here, the 910 candle. Since there are consecutive up close candles in a row, I would identify both of these candles as the bullish breaker. That's how you identify the breaker. Obviously, vice versa for bearish breakers. Same exact thing, but opposite. Very good question. But once again, like the individual is asking, clearly no retest to the breaker before moving to the target. Okay. Very good question. Ash, what time frames do you use for entry and exit? You draw FEGs on higher time frames. So this is what I use right here. Oh, hold on, almost done. Okay, so there's two different time frame alignments that I use. When I mean time frame alignments, that means when I'm looking at the daily chart, I know that the next chart I'm going to move to is the 1 hour chart. If I'm looking at the 1 hour chart, the next chart I'm going to move to is the 5 minute chart. These set of time frames is a time frame alignment, right? So if I'm using this time frame alignment, these are the charts I'm looking at. There are two different time frame alignments that I've used. It's either that one or this one here. All right, so pick one of these and move forward with it. For example, you've seen me take 1 minute trades. You've seen me take 5 minute trades. Okay, so I'm fine with taking trades on any time frame. Okay, it's a matter of knowing which charts to analyze. That's why we use specific time frame alignments. The daily chart for bias, the 1 hour chart for higher time frame points of interest, the 5 minute chart for entry functions. So normally you see me go to the daily chart and create a bias by looking at swing lows, swing highs, and FEGs on the daily chart. That gives me the idea of what I want to execute for that day. Once I get an idea, then I go to the hourly chart and look to position myself aligned with that bias from a higher time frame point of interest. Right? So if I'm bullish, I want to be positioning inside of a bullish FEG on the hourly chart or below an hourly swing low. Right? So let's look at today's example. We were bullish on ES because the daily chart on ES swept a swing low. That gives me a bullish bias. There was also bullish SMT on the daily chart, confirming the bullish bias. So then I would go to an hourly chart, and let's take a look. You have an hourly FEG right here, right? So inside of a bullish bias, I would want to execute a bullish entry function from an hourly bullish FEG. Well, here's that hourly bullish FEG. And what happens when price tests that hourly bullish FEG? You get a bullish unicorn, right? So now everything aligns, and that's why I'm stating this was a long opportunity for me. Bullish bias from the daily chart, bullish higher time frame point of interest, bullish entry function at New York Open. That's a trade for me. Right? So it touched the higher time frame point of interest. When it touched it, it created an entry function. All of those things are aligned with my idea, the idea being the bias. Okay? So higher time frame point of interest, aligned with the bias, along with an entry function. Now you can do that on either time frame alignment, right? So If you're better at executing on the 1 minute chart, you do the same exact thing, right? The model doesn't change. You just use different time frames. The 4 hour would be your bias. You still create a bias the same exact way. Okay. The 15-minute chart would be your higher time frame point of interest. You still use the same higher time frame point of interest as you do using the other time frame alignment. Okay. Now, what I suggest is that you look at your results, right? Do you have better results executing on the 1 minute chart, or do you have better results executing on the 5 minute chart? That'll help you determine which one of these you should use. Should you use the daily to the 1 hour to the 5 minute, or should you use the 4 hour to the 15 minute to the 1 minute? Look at your results and be objective to them. For example, I know from my prior results that the majority of my losses occur on the 1 minute chart. For that reason, I try to focus on this time frame alignment, but I'm human just like everybody else here. I have still taken trades on this time frame alignment. I've still taken trades on this time frame alignment. Okay, so look at your results so that you can objectively analyze which one you should use and then move forward with that. That way you know which charts to analyze, right? Because there's so many time frames here. If you get lost in information overload, you'll never get to the point of executing, right? If you're trying to analyze the 1 minute chart, the 3 minute chart, the 5 minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the 1 hour chart, the 4 hour chart, there's too many time frames there. It's going to provide conflicting information, and you're going to get lost in information overload. Right, so less is more, quality over quantity, and patience is truly a virtue. Okay. Be objective to your prior data to understand which one to use. Very good question. Very good question. Thank you, chat. I do just want to take a moment to say thank you to all of you. You know, being able to go through this information, getting to go over these questions, it really provides a lot of value. Okay, so continue to keep asking questions, continue to keep showing up, continue to keep working. That way we can go through this information, because conviction is built through experience. We have to keep showing up. We have to keep putting the time in. And every single time we go over these questions, that's what's building the conviction. And then you see the results like today's position where the model aligns itself and it works out properly. That's another data point in your data collection. So very good job. Very good job. Hey, Matt, what is your A+ setup? I have a rating guide. I have a bunch of free PDFs that are online. There is a unicorn model rating guide. If you want to go grab that PDF, that'll show you what I believe is an A+ setup. So last couple minutes of my segment here. Any last questions? If you want to throw that in chat, please do so. We'll probably go over one more question before we go to the new segment. Definitely stay for Tom's segment. This individual has been providing a lot of value every single week. I highly enjoy what he has to say, and I think you guys should tune in so that you can continue to keep gaining more value.
I like what you're saying about Tom. It's great, isn't it?
Very valuable host. I really appreciate everybody that is here.
Tom gets it cooking. He delivers every day. He's so honest. He's vulnerable with where he's at, with what's working, what's not working. And the crowd goes crazy. And what about yourself, Ash? How did it feel coming back?
I'm ready to go. It was very refreshing to take a break, but I'm ready to get back to work.
Did you force any trades?
I've been forcing trades left and right every single day. I've broken the discipline, and here we are.
We tease about forcing trades, but I want to ask a question to the chat. Is that something that you struggle with? If you struggle with being in a position where you feel like you have to place trades, drop one in the chat. It's something that I've certainly had a problem with in the past. I'm curious where everyone else is at on this one.
I would be surprised if anybody said no to that. I mean, that is the natural progression of trading. So if anybody hasn't felt that, then it doesn't seem like you've traded yet.
Yeah. All right. And then the other piece that I'll call out is I think it's time to spin the wheel. I asked chat to rally us to 1,000 viewers. I said, if we did so, Reset Boy is here. He's having fun. So I'm going to have a wheel spin and a code drop for you all. We're going to spin the wheel now. In just a few minutes, we're going to drop the code. Okay, so a little bit of separation, not a lot, just a few minutes. Okay, sit tight. But how about we spin the wheel? Other questions. Are we due for a life lesson with Luke? Question for the chat.
We love our life lessons.
I'm thinking about just streaming the whole day for the rest of this week. What do you think about that?
Let's do it.
Should we do it? All right.
I'll join, so let me know when you're ready.
How many wheel spins do you want to do, Ash? One?
Oh, man. Chat would be fired up if we only did one.
Caleb is the first winner. And what are we giving away, Ash?
Let's take a look. What do we got for the giveaways today? Maybe.
How about we give away 1K Starter Plus accounts?
Wow.
No, just kidding. That'd be a horrible account. How about 50K Starter Plus accounts?
I mean, that's a huge W.
That's a big W?
That's a massive
You said you want to spin the wheel 2 times?
We only get 2 wheel spins.
Woo! Second winner, hundreds. But I want to ask the chat, do we want more than 2 wheel spins? Or do we want to cut straight to Tom? You tell me. I was thinking 2. Do we want more than 2?
There's got to be a lot of W's in chat
Doesn't
for us to
seem like
keep
the chat
spinning
is
the wheel.
looking for more than 2.
Spam the W's in chat if you guys want to see more than 2 wheel spins.
A couple people trickling in. They're saying as many as 20.
It doesn't seem like there's enough W's to get some more wheel spins going.
Should we do that many? Should we do 20?
If chat is active, maybe we can get there.
Is it active? Read the comments. I'm spinning, baby.
Some more W's are coming into chat. Throw a W in chat if you guys want to see
There's
some more wheel spins.
3 for G. GF. I think, like girlfriend, maybe. I don't know. There's 4. All right. And Ash, are you reading the comments?
Yeah, we're getting a good amount of W's now.
All right. So we're doing 20. Did I lose my mind? There's 5.
They said spin forever.
Spin forever. Ash, will you ask them if they want a life lesson?
We definitely need a life lessons from Luke.
We need one?
Who wants to hear a couple life lessons from Luke?
Okay, I'm not promising a couple. No hit. All right, I've got a sad one, but impactful.
Let's hear it.
Maybe I should skip the sad one and do my Father's Day one.
Oh, yeah. W's in chat for all the fathers out there.
Ash, you're a father.
And I'm an aspiring father.
Aspiring. I mean, that counts. I count that as a father. Full blown.
Someday.
All right, here's 10. We're doing 10 more. Spillover Power Gaming Channel. Woo! All right, I want to tell. Here's my life lesson for y'all. Father's Day related. I'll save the sad one for tomorrow. My grandfather was the best person that I ever knew. Like, really, really believe that. He didn't have any money. He didn't have any crazy career. He didn't have any crazy life experiences. He wasn't, outlandish in any way. Like, on paper, like a very, very normal, average, middle class man. But what really stuck out to me about my grandfather, and why I say he's the best person that I know, is that anybody who talked to him, no matter who you were or what you were telling him, you felt like you were the most special, most important person in the world. He had this way of listening where you would feel so special and so important. I tell him I got a B on a math test. Like, that's not notable. It's a crappy, mediocre grade. It's, an 8th grade math test. But again, telling him that, I would feel like I was the most important, special thing in the world. And so, I guess my takeaway is we don't need to have any of these things that, like, on paper, materialistically make us stand out as special to be outstanding, remarkable, life-changing people. It shows that it's a decision that we can make and how we want to treat others and feel towards others and act towards others that, drives the impact that we have on lives that we touch. And so that is my Father's Day related life lesson. How's that?
Pure gold. I couldn't agree more with you. It's a choice. It's a choice that we all get to make.
All right, should we do one more spin?
One more. Let's get another one in.
This is number 20. Suspense is building. Mogul Aujo. Woo! You are a winner. With that, Ash, I will see you, my friend, in 23 hours. And I would like to welcome our new friend, who's not so new anymore, Mr. Tom Sabo, back onto the stream with us. Can we get a warm welcome?
Hello. Welcome.
What's up?
Hey, good to see you back. I'm really glad you're here. I hope last week was awesome for you.
It was great. I was running around in New York City trying to get some things done for our audience.
Nice.
Make it happen.
All right. Well, somebody has to do the work, right? So we're here keeping company, everyone. Welcome, chat, by the way. Good to see you guys. All right.
Then awesome. I promised the users, Tom, a code drop.
All right.
I just did 20 wheel spins.
Oh, wow.
Mind blowing.
Let's do this.
I promised a code drop if we got to 1,000. We did. Okay, so just in a few minutes, I'm just separating it a few minutes. In a few minutes, I'm going to pop in, interrupt you, and we're going to drop the code. How's that?
Absolutely. Everybody stay on alert. This is going to be huge. All right, so stay tuned, everyone. All right. So how's everybody? How was the weekend? Good to see some names in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Some familiar names as well. Naomi, hello. Maybe Natasha is here as well. Joker, welcome. Alex. And everybody else who I forgot to say hello. Good to see you guys. All right. So I'm going to say cheese, right? So recharged on the weekend. I hope everybody recharged over the weekend. And I really enjoyed the comments from Ash and everything. I was listening in, and the way he explained the entry models and the higher time frame, lower time frame entries, and the bias and the point of interest and everything. I just loved it. So basically couldn't have said it better. And so here we are. Joker, I see you learning Hungarian. Nice. Yamil, good to see you. So just a quick recap of what happened. Thank you, Magnus. So we had a, Bit of an interesting London session. As I told you guys, I'm streaming every day, and we were just watching as price was slowly approaching higher levels. I was actually on the old contract earlier in the London session, and of course I switched to the new one. But I was anticipating. Actually, I was offside. I had a stop loss in the London session. I was hoping that we will go down there to a 15-minute demand zone, but as we just slowly grinded higher, everything got clear to me that obviously price wanted to go back into last Thursday's drop zone, I would call this. This is the kind of war-related stuff, and overnight during the Asia session, the war struck out. So as you can see, this was these huge candles. I was also saying that I'm suspecting there are some orders resting above the swing high at Thursday. So as it happened, we slowly went up there. And so all I did in the New York AM session is that I took some scalps, and that's it. So far, I'm green on both of my MyFundedFutures funded account. I'm super happy about it. On one account, I made I'm not too much, like 350 something, and the other I did 250 something dollars. I don't want to give it back, to be honest. So I told you guys I try to keep the accounts as long as possible and try to get those payouts to move to a live account. It's going to be quite a journey here live on stream. And so far, speaking of levels, let me zoom into the 1 minute. I have some good topics, by the way, for today as well. Shenanigan, hey, good to see you. Vulture, welcome. So just a quick look here at the 9:30 open from my perspective. Obviously, we have the 22K down there. Market almost dropped down, but it just swept some liquidity from the lows and moved higher. Created an A++ demand zone down here. I really like it. Obviously, it's a little bit too far now in this area. I was looking for a possible short, which I entered live on stream and took me out. So I had a stop loss with like 90 something dollars of loss. That was not a big deal. Entered instantly, put me out of the trade. This was just this spike here was like 1 millisecond, or I don't know. But as we grinded higher to a 5-minute order block, and let me show you what order block am I referring to, and then you will understand what I'm looking at now. So here from last Thursday, 11 a.m., you can see this bullish push, swept some highs, took some liquidity out. Anyway, it swept the high and then pushed lower. I consider this area on the new contract, it's starting from 145 up until 189 on the micro. So we entered into that area and we were kind of looking for it to just pop the high. And as it did, so far we're just hovering here. Now there is one more level at 231. I'm going to show you guys this real quick. If you go to the left, still on the 5-minute chart, hold on, not the 5-minute. It's going to be the 15-minute, I think. Yeah, sorry, 15-minute chart. So 15-minute chart, go to the left. Wednesday, last Wednesday, this was pushing higher. I was saying this like, this is not the perfect order block. It technically did sweep a structure here in lunch hour and then pushed prices lower, shifting the structure quite strong. So this makes this level like it's starting at 176, and the high, I just put a buy side there, is 231, is the top of this zone. I was looking for a possible short, but I'm a little bit scared to go short because we still have that 231, which is basically the 15-minute order block high. So I'm just gonna put it here, 15-minute bearish order block high, or as I like to call it, supply zone high. Supply zone high. Okay. We're just going sideways here. I feel like it might want to take another spike up there. So who knows? there was a possible short entry here. I didn't take it. I just don't like the way it goes sideways, as you can see. It's just a classic ICT short entry, which could work out, but I just don't feel like it would. As we approach the lunch hour, I say what could happen is just going sideways and slowly grinding up there to take out that high. Anyway, is what I think. I'm not going to force myself into a trade. I made my fair share from the market today. I really don't want to give back anything, but this is what I'm looking at. If it would start to drop, and I can delete these levels now that it's irrelevant now, then maybe, oh yeah, there's a 5-minute order block here, bullish, starting at 101. And there's another one down there at 22,032. This is the opening, the market open. So if we would see a very strong displacement, then maybe I would jump into a short position. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. So this is the plan. This is the technical outlook I see the market so far. So yeah, I have no information if Trump is speaking right now or is he tweeting anything. But we'll see. We'll see. Ivanovic, sorry. I like shorts right now. Yeah, as I said, if we would see a very strong push to the downside, I might jump in. Even if I'm losing the first entry opportunity here in this gap, I want to see a strong drop. How far is that? Well, it's 90 points to the first order block, so we'll see. He just ended the speech. He was talking. Okay. Who knows? Nowadays, that's why they call it the Trump market. We just have to be aware, when he's speaking, when he's not. Even when he's not speaking, then we'll know that the algos are doing the job, right? Anyway, I did collect some nice topics from last week and earlier from my stream. If you guys would like to join our London and New York streams, here's my YouTube tag up there on the upper right corner. And we used to have some real good conversations. If some of you are new in the chat, I'm not the guy who's going to take like 10 trades in a session, or I try to narrow it down like 2 or 3 trades the whole day. That's the goal, obviously. So let me just find this. Yeah. And speaking about this entry, I had a topic earlier of the perfect entries. Somebody was asking me about the perfect entries and why I think that the entries are sometimes a little bit overrated. Because I think I was actually overrating the entries myself. Like, I was always looking for the perfect entry. Like, oh my gosh, I just missed my perfect entry. But it's somewhat overrated because as I was watching, for example, ICT as well, he was always taking like surgical entries or trying to show that, oh my God, you can trade on the 5-second chart. Obviously, if you're trading on the 5-second or 15-second chart, which is suicide, but good luck. I salute to everybody who does that. I think you definitely have to be very precise. And as you go lower, even somewhat on the 1-minute time frame. Now, that's why I want to talk about this a little bit. Like, is it really matters, or is it just some minor thing that you have to be aware of? So how is it going to affect your trading? The precision, I think it's overrated. That's what I noted down to myself. It's overrated because, as I said last week and before that, you must have your levels, right? You're looking at your higher time frames. Ash was talking about higher time frames. You can use the 1 hour. You can use the 4 hour. You can use the 1 hour. You can use your bias, the 4 hour chart, the daily chart. You have your higher time frame levels, right? So once you have your levels, your zones. In my case, I use my favorite stuff, the zones. I have my targets once price starts to go. Even if you missed your perfect entry right here, maybe you're waiting for a better confirmation. Maybe you're waiting for more volume, more momentum in the market as price moves into your bias, into your direction, or into your level that you outlined earlier. And that's why it's important to do your analysis somewhat before the session or before you take the trade. Like if you just sit down and start to push the button like, okay, let's sell here. Oh, let's buy here because I think it's just going to go up now. By the way, I think it will go up to that 231 to take it out. So just, outline your levels, which you're going to use as targets. Obviously, you have to synchronize it with the higher time frames. For me, it's usually 5-15 minutes, sometimes 1 hour time frame when I find a real good zone. And my entries, like 50%, I would say most likely 60% of the time I take it on the 1 minute chart. I'd like to reduce it to 5 minute. So more 5 minute entries, less 1 minute entries, less stress, by the way. And so precision. Let's just anticipate that price would go down perfectly to the zone that we were talking about down there at 101. And let's say there are multiple displacements here down the road. Now, I don't really care that I missed the first entry once I get my risk-reward ratio in order. And, because I'm scared of this entry, I have my second doubt, about this trade because I'm scared that it's just going to pop higher and take that supply zone or order block high. I don't care about this quote-unquote perfect entry here. I'm just going to wait. So there's two things you can do. If it goes higher, awesome. I made the right decision by not entering the trade. If it starts to drop strongly to the downside here, shifting these levels here at, for example, 182 and 170, and it creates a fair value gap, that also going to give me a somewhat good entry level, maybe even down here. Who knows? Maybe I'm not even going to be convinced on this level. If I'm okay about the trade and the risk to reward ratio, look at that. If I would enter on the drop on another fair value gap, that's still a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio here. Why is it not good? And I'm exiting on the low hanging fruit before entering into the zone. So precision in entries, you don't have to be surgically precise all the time. Once you have enough wiggle room or once you have your risk reward ratio in order, if you have a good risk to reward ratio, even if it's just a 1-to-1, for example, I change my mind. I say like, okay, I don't want to miss the move because I'm definitely sure that it should be going down to the zone. I can even leave this entry up here and then just go here. If it provides multiple entries, you're still good to go as long as your risk to reward ratio is good, or according to your risk management, you're still on the positive note, even if you're in a negative risk to reward ratio. But for example, you made some profits throughout the day, you have to make the decision, because that is what we're doing, managing risk. Do you want to take the trade or not? Now, I know I talk too much about the risk reward ratios, but this is something that reflects to your entry precision. So you not always have to be super precise about the entry. For example, if I just want to be super aggressive and there would be like a very strong like waterfalling candles after each other to the downside, I might just even take a market entry and not even waiting for a retracement to a fair value gap. If I see the candles printing fast and there is momentum coming into the market, maybe I'm not even waiting for a possible retracement. I'm just entering the trade. As long as you have enough room for your trade to cover your potential drawdown, and you have a good level outlined, for example, here the zone, just go for it. Okay. Yeah, the macro is coming. Let's see. We're already in the macro. Yeah. So anyway, this is just a little bit of an extra about the precision. Is it that important or not. If you are trading on the 30-second chart or the 15-second chart, I might say, okay, maybe it's more important. But once you have enough room for your trade, you don't have to be worrying too much about, oh my gosh, I just missed my entry there. Okay. Anyway, just a little extra there. And so speaking of this, oh yeah, think long term, not day to day, but that's different. Yeah, trade management is more important. I noted this down to myself. Scaling in versus all in approaches. Yeah, so I have this topic as well. Now, scaling in, I would say, and by the way, hold on, I totally forgot to scroll the chat up there. If you guys have questions about about this entry model or trade management, risk management, or psychological aspect of the whole thing here, just let me know. I'm happy to answer. Okay. Look at that, by the way. We just zoomed in. We have a nice little displacement right now. If this candle would close below 182, we might see a continuation to the downside. So let's see. No luck, pure skill. Tom, do you do the same with evals for your trades? How many days in general for an eval? No, I don't do the same. Maybe I should do the same, but I'm not really doing the same on evaluation accounts. I risk definitely much more on evaluation accounts. I'm much more, I mean, more entries, more scalping trades usually. And well, I would say definitely bigger size in the positions, and yeah, that's how I try to do it. Yeah, I was thinking about the scalping, because on the evaluation account, I'm not really waiting for the perfect entry. I do more discretionary trading. If you're, now let me just say this, if you're just, you know, starting with trading or starting with prop firm, then don't do this. I'm doing this because I have somewhat more experience of what I want to do in the evaluation account. I want to focus my energy and everything on the funded account. I want to focus my discipline on the funded account, my emotions. So when I go to evaluation account, it kind of has that, maybe it's a bad feeling, maybe it's a bad approach on my end, but it's kind of like, I'm going to say it out, but don't take it word by word. It's kind of like wasting my time on evaluation account. Like, it's a bad habit. I know I need to override this on my end. So that is something I need to work on. But I feel like, oh man, I'm wasting my energy right now. I need to trade a little bit more. And that is exactly what you should not do, especially if you are new on your evaluation account, or if you're just new in trading. Don't do this, please. And that is some obstacle I'm still trying to overcome. Okay, so that is something you need to oversee and just hold yourself, especially if you're just getting funded. Okay, just don't do this. I'm a little bit heavier on those evals. I'm saying for a starter account, it says you will get a same account reset. What? Yeah, there's I mean, there's a standard discount for every affiliate code, and the deal is for Starter Plus and Expert, I think, because there's a new deal. I had so much email this morning. Okay, so let me just check it real quick. Anyway, while I'm checking it, I'm just looking at this drop as well. We have a 182 level right now, almost. Well, the problem is, and let me just show you this, there is a very small, tiny fair value gap here. This is just not strong enough. I don't really like it. I mean, if there would be, oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, now this is something. Hold on. This is something. If we would have a nice little displacement. Is there some news hitting the market, or Trump is speaking, or what is going on? Anyway, if there would be a fair value gap here, or maybe if I would put a limit order up there, that could be interesting for a possible trade. Now, for example, if I want to target this area that I was talking about earlier at 105, and I'm quite okay with the risk to reward ratio, I have two choices here. Wait for this candle and see if it leaves a fair value gap or not, or I'm going to put a limit order up there if it spikes higher. I don't think it will. I know, Ivanomits, you called it out. you called it out. So let's see. I think I'm going to put a limit order at 189, I think. Let me just find this account here. 189, 188.75. I just put a sell limit just in case, we'll see. Why not? We're having fun. You called me. All right, let me check my phone. Oh, here. Push the sell. No full porting, everybody. No, just be careful with the accounts, okay? I told you. The thing is that even if I'm a little bit more heavier on the evaluation accounts, this is something I still need to, change a little bit. But as for the funded accounts, even if it hurts, you just have to sit on your hand and, try not to chase it. For example, that's why I put my entry here at 189, 88.75 actually. So let me see the topics here. Actually, let me get this off. Okay. So scaling into a position, that's what I was saying. Obviously, if you entered here, let's just use this example. You can start scaling in. I very rarely do that. That's really not my style. And you can add one more position, for example, on this gap. But after scaling into a position, I would strongly suggest to move your overall stop lower, okay? Just move your stop lower or trail your stop, because obviously you don't want your account to hit a big drawdown if the market goes super crazy. That is definitely something you need to do once you're scaling into your trade with more positions, right? So let me read. If you guys have some questions, let me know. I'm reading the chat up and down. Okay, still waiting. I still have my limit order, by the way. So the next topic, yeah, I had the question. I have it here. Should you trade one setup only? That's a good topic too. Just add full port, no full porting. Should you trade one setup only? Now that's a very good question. If you're trading multiple setups, for example, let's just go with two setup. I usually trade with one entry model, and I have, as I said, the backtesting, all the data for that kind of entry model. If you trade two entry models, then actually you're doubling your risk, right? Because the edge is totally different on both of those entry models. So you're just doubling your risk. And if you trade, look at this. Maybe I'm going to get tagged in. Let's see. 88.75 is still there. Oh my God, this is scary. Let me look at the 15-minute because it could have been just a liquidity sweep. Still not in the trade. So having two or more entry models is actually doubling, tripling, quadrupling your risk, because every entry model or strategy, basically how many strategy you're using on the same market or during the day, you're doubling down, tripling your risk. Be careful with that. I would suggest using one entry. Obviously, in ICT terms, we have so many concepts. If some of you guys are into the ICT stuff, so many concepts, and not just ICT stuff. You can use a trend line breakout. You can use moving averages, whatever it is that you're doing, or just simple candlestick charts. Don't forget, even if you think that you see both of your setups or multiple setups and you take everything, you are definitely exponentially increasing your risk. And I think it's something you should not do. So stick with the best one that you like, the best one that you can line up with. And it's the same thing like if you're trading multiple markets. If you trade two markets at the same time, that is exactly doubling your risk. You're just doubling your risk with two markets. So you can trade two markets, but size down on your position. So if you were risking, for example, $200 per trade on NQ, and you decide to trade gold, then obviously just size down to $100 per trade, right? So just be careful with that. And I think, and by the way, I'm curious what you guys think, but I think it takes away the focus if you're looking at two or more markets at the same time. Now, obviously, I know that there are a lot of people who are trading not just two, but five markets, which I think it's absolutely unnecessary, but it's only my opinion. I think it's totally unnecessary to trade more than two markets. So sometimes I do pick up some gold trades, but as I said, I'm just increasing the risk. So I don't know how many markets you are trading, but stick to one market, focus on the levels, focus on the trade and the setup. I think it's gonna make it much more easier for you to track your trades, to do your risk management. And yeah, like two markets, especially with two entry, oh my God, you're just exponentially increasing your risk. So what's happening? I did not get tagged into that trade. Still going down. How's the 5 minute look like? Oh my gosh, I just missed it. Look at that. Bit of a FOMO here on the 5 minute. As I was talking, I was watching the 1 minute chart and was reading the chat. No problem. Here it is. Look at that. It's not a perfect entry, but look at this. Boom. 5 minute short entry. Bit of a FOMO here. Entering. Okay, I'm deleting my limit order there. This was the entry. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a small entry here. And if it goes higher, back to the 80 something, I'm just going to add to it a small. This is a good example of what I was talking about earlier. So if you're trading, for example, you're entering on the 5 minute chart and you missed your entry. So I just entered here somewhere. My target would be down here. I would gladly put my stop up there. I would still have a 1.6 risk to reward ratio. And there you go. I'm okay with this trade for now. Yeah, what's the time right now? We're in lunch hour, so I'm okay with it. The zone is there. 5 minute entry is there. Bearish formation here. And I like these candles, by the way, here. Let me just zoom in on the 1 minute. So I went back to the 1 minute chart. This 1 minute candle at 12, it just pushed into that 5 minute fair value gap. And this other candle did not trade higher than the previous candle's high, but instead it traded lower. That's a very good bearish sign for the move to continue lower. Anyway, just an idea. So I'm still looking for that 105-ish area. We'll see. So I got into a short, and I'm going to add a little bit more to it. Now, to tell you the truth, I only entered on my evaluation account because I don't want to give back profits from my funded account. So both of my funded accounts are up. I'm trying to pass this evaluation account as fast as possible, but maybe add a little bit more extra to it. We'll see what happens. And we have Luke back on the screen here. Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Tom?
All is good. All is good.
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Of course you can.
I can. All right. Question for the chat. Are we ready? Start your engines.
Let's go.
We've done spin the wheel. We've done sneaky codes where we just leak them for those who are actually paying attention. This one is a big announced code. It's been quite some time since we've given away 50 of anything.
Wow.
We ready for a big 5-0 of 50?
Oh my gosh. Everyone, this is huge. Wow. Let's go.
All right. What we have to offer you all comes out of a place of love. Again, as I always say, we don't want to just build this programming from an ivory tower. We don't just want to build the firm from an ivory tower. We want to be agents of you. We want you to be part of this adventure with us. We want your feedback. All the Reddit threads we read, I take to heart. Sometimes I feel bad after I read them, but they help me to become better, so I appreciate it. All the comments I read, I promise you, we're responsive. We listen to you guys. We want to build this together with you guys. And so all the giveaways that we do all day are a testament to our love and our appreciation of the community. So I've got a 50 bagger. It's resets. We've been doing all accounts for quite some time. It's resets today. If you are ready, will you drop me a W in the chat?
Come on, everyone. Drop it.
W Luke. Oh, yeah. If you're ready, I want to hear it. Let's get the enthusiasm. Let's get the fun. Again, it's been quite some time since we've done a 50 of anything. We've been doing 10s, 15s, 20s, 25s, 50 today.
Oh, my gosh.
The reset boy is here. He's locked and loaded. He's ready.
All right.
All right. Marcy, are you ready? Producer Marcy. If you guys don't know Marcy, she is the one who keeps us clipping all day, every day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Without her, we wouldn't be switching scenes, switching programming, switching backgrounds to say, Tom, we wouldn't be getting the codes on the screen. We wouldn't be swapping all the screen shares. Marcy is magical. We call her Magic Marcy. But she's magical in the background, keeping us alive and floating and ready.
W for Marcy. Let's go.
Let's go. All right. All y'all. Code is on the screen now. 50 free resets with code FATHER. That is right. Code FATHER.
Come on, everyone.
50 of you are going home with free resets. Again, we've done the randomized spin the wheel picker for giveaways. We've done the sneaky codes on the screen for giveaways. This time we are doing the big announced loud and proud code on your stream right away. If you got it, let me know in the chat. I want to hear it.
Come on, everyone. Act fast. Let's go.
I want to hear it. Come on. 50 of you got it. I want to see 50. There we go. Now they're saying it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Congratulations.
Awesome.
If you didn't get it, I would like you to be a good sport. Would you please put a clapping emoji in the chat for your fellows who did get it? Okay, let's celebrate the success of others, not prey on their downfall. You heard my life lesson with Luke, which was all about, we all have the ability to be the best person that someone knows with the love that we give off, the warmth we give off. you know, and I really truly believe that.
That's going to be a brand new section on MyFunded TV. Life lessons with Luke. I like
LLL.
LLL.
I drop a couple in. I've got another one that's ready to go. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. But it relates to death. I was within about 10 feet of somebody who died. I didn't know the person, but, you know, just spontaneously passed away, happened to in a public place that I was in. And
oh my gosh,
I've got some thoughts that come out of that. You know, it was really sad, really horrible. I cried, but, you know, gave me some perspective on life. So we'll do that one tomorrow. But again, every day we get to choose who we want to be for the world. And for those of you who are asking, are giveaways finished for the day? They're not. They're still cooking. They're still cooking. Stay tuned.
Guys, all you need to do is show up every day here on MyFunded TV, and trust me, you're going to get resets, giveaways, everything. Like, it's crazy what's going on in this channel. Like, just stay tuned, and not just for all the positive vibe, but all the giveaways. It's just amazing. So, yeah.
All right. So, Tom.
Yeah.
I'll let you keep cooking for the next 15 minutes or so here.
All right.
And then I'll be back and interrupt again.
Absolutely. All right.
And again, like the stream, share the stream, send it to your grandma, send it to your grandma's boyfriend.
And call your neighbor.
We want
Tell them to
everyone
watch the
on
stream.
this thing.
Exactly. All right. You heard the man. That's the job. Call everybody. Send text message to everyone, okay, around you. Watch the stream. Subscribe. Hit the notification bell, or I don't know, it's a bell or button nowadays, but anyway, you know what to do. All right, so far, I'm in a bit of a drawdown here, and I'm just thinking to what to do with this. Not a big deal, because it was a small one on the evaluation account. I'm thinking to maybe try to add a bit more to this one. And I think I just did. Hold on. I'm just going to stop at 205.75. Low probability now currently, but I'm looking for 105.75 if it would start to go lower. I feel like it was reaching up for liquidity maybe on the 1 minute chart, or a little bit more on that 5 minute. So here's a quick look on the trade that I'm in. Mostly based on that 5 minute fair value gap. The risk to reward for me is still good, and this is exactly what I was talking about. The scary part is exactly the other thing I was talking about, is that 231 is still up there, so we might continue with the push. Now, the thing is that we didn't go down below the 144 to sweep some more liquidity. So that's kind of interesting. I thought that we're going to go down to that 144, and if we would go down, maybe I would take a partial or move my stop. That was a little bit extra surprising for me, but anyway, we'll see. As I said, it's only on an evaluation account. I am not giving back profit to the market from my funded accounts. Okay. So where was I? We were talking about management. Oh yeah, risk management, precision, and what else? If you guys have questions about risk management, trading, or anything about the chart, or just let me know. Okay, let me scroll the chat here. Okay, all good. So for now, we're still hovering in this. Lunch hour is typical like this, like just hovering in this consolidation area, and who knows what's going to happen. Let me check something on the 5 minute chart here. Yeah, that was I was afraid of. We have a 5 minute order block bearish and strong rejection on these 5 minute candles on the downside. It might try to push it one more time to break that 231. We'll see. No worries on this one. So as for the topics, yeah. We were talking about that. Should you trade one setup early? And I said you exponentially increasing your risk with multiple setups. And even if you're just watching multiple markets, so watch out for that. Variety in your trading strategy. I think I'm going to leave that for next time. Yeah, I have a question here about journaling. You don't necessarily, and I said this about 2 weeks ago. I think it's time to talk about it again. So when you journal down the trades or your day, like let's just start with the first major question: do you need to do journaling? Some people would say they don't need journaling. It's just not good for anything. And some would say, oh my God, I don't want to do journaling. Oh my God, look at this. I don't want to do journaling because it's just messing up my mind. And, it's just too much work and too much stuff to do. And I agree. But I think many people are, doing wrong. I think I'm closing my trade down, by the way. I'm just waiting for just a second. Oh, you guys don't see it. Hold on. I think I'm going to close down this trade because it seems like, let me just extend it to the right here, because it seems like to me that this 1 minute gap is just not holding it. We just closed higher, and why should I give more profit? More to the market, even though this is just an evaluation account. I don't like it. This is an order block high just at my stop. And so I think I'm closing it. Yeah, I close it down. So back to journaling. So some people are saying, I don't like journaling because it's just too much energy. I'm lazy to do it. Why should I journal all my trades and stuff like that? And I say, you don't have to journal all your trades down. And your journal should not be like, there are some, I'm not going to say names, some online website that you can upload your trades and you can see all the statistics. That's good for that. Journaling is not just about, seeing the statistics and, do the calculations. I think journaling, especially in trading, would be a reflection of your day or on your week. Like journal about maybe your best setup or your worst setup, or maybe your best thing that you did right or the biggest mistake that you did wrong throughout the day or the week, and write down some of your emotions and what you felt and why did it happen, or what did you do wrong or right. Just a second there. Victor has a question. What do you recommend starting to learn ICT? Because there's a lot of playlists. Well, I don't know all the playlists by memory, but everybody goes with the core content first. Okay. So you should go with the core content. And exactly like Magnus is saying there, 2022 mentorship is very good in terms of the basic stuff. Oh my God, look at this. My trade is going to go down. So it's very good in the basic stuff. So core content, 2022 mentorship, those are very good. So no rent version. Yeah, you got to be prepared for that too. So yeah, those are the ones. And as I was saying about journaling, don't write down all your trades. And you don't even necessarily have to journal every single trade, because I know it can be draining down your energy, or it could be frustrating. But, every once or twice throughout, from Monday to Friday, you should write down not just when you're winning, but not just your losing days or what you did wrong, but obviously when you did something really good, you should also journal it down. So have some examples, of course, both of the good and the bad, and mostly write about your emotions and what did you do wrong. Maybe you missed your setup, maybe you oversized, maybe you chased your entry. The risk to reward ratio was good or bad, but don't be hard on yourself in journaling. Now, for a long time, I didn't do the journaling. I did not write down anything, but then I started to write down, not every single day, but like every other day. I was writing down a few sentences to my journal, and I was using sometimes software for that. Actually, I think I was using Notion, but anyway, to have some chart examples, what happened. And then I described, okay, I saw this entry and then I entered here, then I closed the trade prematurely, just like I did right now, and then it went to my target. Another lesson to learn, that you should stick to your trade, etc., etc. Or I lost this and this amount of profit, or I went down to the daily loss limit because I saw the level correctly, but I forced myself into a trade, but it wasn't even there. Next time I should not do this, etc., etc. So it doesn't have to be super complicated. And don't think about journaling like writing everything down, okay? Just saying. So just a little bit of an extra there. I had a question about how to recognize when the market is chopping. That was something I wanted to talk about as well. Now, how to recognize when the market is chopping? Well, it has to do something about time and price, right? Like, what time of the day are you in at the moment? Like, are you at the 9:30 open? Like, usually the 9:30 open is going to do like 8 out of 10 times. We should see some kind of a liquidity sweep, maybe on both sides. And that's like the first 5 to 10 minutes of the session. But after that, and that's why I said before you start trading, you have your levels, you have your zones, you have your higher time frame point of interest, which you would like to see being tagged. If you just see the candles, like not just printing slowly, and that's why I like to check on Quant Hour, but you can also, watch this on TradingView. Now, not TradingView, sorry, TradeAwait. Now, TradingView, in my opinion, is a little bit laggy. We talked about this. And as you're watching how the candles are printing, how strong, how fast is the movement, how fast is it printing, or is it sweeping some levels, even on the 1 minute chart. Like, for example, here at the open, it goes down, picking up some orders on this 1 minute fair value gap, then it goes higher. And as long as it's just not moving up there, and as the minutes are passing, like here 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and the more time is going, and it's just accumulating positions maybe, or who knows what's it doing, but it's just not going for the higher prices, it's not going lower, then that's already an indication, like time goes by, it's just not doing anything. So then after some time goes by, especially we're talking about minutes here, maybe even 5 or 10 minutes, 15 minutes before even reaching the 10 a.m. session, if you don't see price moving out from some kind of a consolidation range, for example, from this high and this low, and we're just hovering around here, then you shouldn't do anything, especially if you're not a breakout trader, right? Then you will know that, okay, this is just in a range because it created a range up here and down here. You shouldn't do anything, right? And then as soon as you see some kind of a movement towards your levels that you outlined earlier, then that is something maybe that you should engage. But it's very easy to recognize a consolidation. Oh my God, my trade is going to go to the original TP. I'm just going to eat my head. So, but for example, here as well, let's just use this example as I started my segment here. It went up there, picked up liquidity from this 1 minute gap, but it it's not really going to drop. As you see, it's just not going down. As minutes are just passing by, it's not going down. It goes back to the fair value gap. It's just not dropping. Finally, it makes a drop, but it's still not strong enough, and you just keep waiting, keep waiting. So the candles are just having like all these wicks up and down, no strong push, no fair value. That's why I like to see the fair value gaps. If you're looking for an entry, it's always, I mean, obviously I use the ICT entry, and it's always good for me if I see a fair value gap. If I don't see those gaps, I don't see the displacement. If I don't see, for example, in this one, down close candles, that is just something that tells me that the market is really just not doing what I wanted it to do. Now, for now, it seems like I just made the wrong decision, and I just went against my own rule by closing down the trade earlier. And my stop was somewhere around here. I don't even know, somewhere here. And my entry was somewhere around here. I should be in profit by now again. Actually, my entry was here somewhere. I don't know. So now I'm regretting to mess up my own entry, to mess up my own trade. Closed it down because I thought that we're going to break that zone, which usually we do. I second guessed myself, but because this was not an A++ setup, because usually I don't take trades in the lunch hour. That's why I told you guys I'm not going to take it on a funded account, especially not after I made some profits during the AM session. Thank God I did not take this trade on a funded account, because it would have messed me up completely. So on a evaluation account, it's all right. There is no problem with that. So anyway, in the green for the day. I'm super happy about it. Can't wait to take the second payout on that funded account. And we're going to do it live on stream again. And yeah, that's it. If you guys have some questions, let me know. Time flies. Yes, there's 2 minutes left from my segment here. I'd be happy to answer one more question maybe. But, if not, I just want to say this was a real good session, even though I messed up this evaluation account. Not too much, actually. But I like the topics. I like the questions. And, you know what you guys need to do. Subscribe to MyFundedFutures. Always be here every day. I think the hosts are just amazing. Ash was having an amazing session. I know everybody's waiting for Matt, the pro. He's sharing extremely valuable info, guys. I was tuning in almost every day while I was still watching the charts. I like the way he explains everything. So definitely stay and tune in to his segment. Time flies. Exactly. So can Matt be alone on his segment? I think he will be alone on his segment. I think he used to be alone. Sometimes Luke pops in for the giveaways, right? That's the only thing we have. Thank you, Abhishek. Well, obviously there's always some different topics, but usually we talk about the same things. Thank you so much, Pigeon. Thank you. If you would like to follow up what we're doing, I stream every day on London and New York session. Here's my YouTube handle up there. You can, if you can read it. Usually starting at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard and 9:30. We're having some good time. We're putting on some trades as well. And no, maybe it seems like I messed up this trade. Trust me, this month is gonna be super awesome. So I'm just having a blast. So thank you, everybody. And always, if you guys have some questions for me, just feel free to ask, even about German cars in a different session. Because obviously, we have to behave. So this is the area that I would be still looking at. I wouldn't be surprised, and actually I would love to see a drop back down to the 22K level. I mean, all the way down to, what's that, 22,032. But I feel like, and that's why it's a little bit scary, we still have that 231 up there. That 231 is still a little bit, holding back is still holding back the shorts. Maybe. Obviously, I'm just that's just a guess, but that's what I think. But just to have a moral victory, I'd like to see this market drop down. And at least I could give you guys a good example is why is it not a good thing to mess around with your trades? Because it can go very quickly in both ways. Once you put on the trade, I keep forgetting myself as well. And Mark Douglas said in the book, like, put on the trade, make peace with the outcome, and don't mess around by pushing the reverse button or just moving your stop. I mean, there's nothing wrong with moving your stop once you're managing your risk properly, but this was a prime example on my evaluation account, what not to do when I put on the trade. Who missed Terry? I don't know if she's here, but I will look into it. So,
Who are you looking for?
Terry.
Everybody's looking for Terry.
Everybody's looking for Terry.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
There are, I believe, 7 of us who are on MFTV every day.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, who is your favorite? Who do you love the most? I'm sort of curious. We did that in a survey once before.
Oh my God, there will be a survey. Oh my
Somebody's
God.
saying they don't miss Terry. What the heck? Wow,
everybody goes for Matt. Nobody goes for Tom. All right, it's fine.
No, we got a lot of Toms. We got a couple Lukes in there.
Luke, all right.
We have maybe the most Rocket Scooter, Matt, some Ash, some Barbie, some Terry, everyone. All right,
please
can I tease this?
Put in my name, everybody.
What would you think if we had a brand new host starting tomorrow?
That
groundbreaking news.
That would be super awesome. Super awesome. That would be great.
Do you like that? A new host?
Of course. Of course, that would be awesome.
Do you like that?
Sure, everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. New hosts are always new information. We like that.
We like that.
Exactly.
All right. Should we do some more giveaways?
Everybody wants free stuff. You know that. Of course.
Maybe we'll have some more then. So what I'm going to do is I am going to drop a link in the chat. All you have to do is fill out the link. You have to answer one question, which helps us to build this show for you. Truly, we look at the results every time. It helps us build this show for you. We're in it together. And then during Matt's segment, we're going to spin the wheel. Randomized giveaway. We might have a sneaky code during Matt's segment as well.
Let's go.
Why do you guys hate the forums? I used to do the giveaways where I would announce them, and I got nuked for that on Reddit and in the chat. So then I started doing those and the forum, and now I'm getting nuked for the forum. Will you please help me understand why you don't like the forum, the randomized giveaway? Okay, we're doing both. Trying to please everyone. They say you can't make everyone happy. Here's a life lesson with Luke. They say you can't make everyone happy. I believe that you can make everyone happy. How about that?
Exactly. That's the good point.
So that's what I'm trying to do. It takes work. It takes dedication. I mean, we're really flexible, and we try to work with you all. But I'm trying to make everyone happy, and I really mean that. So we care about you. We love you. We thank you for being a part of this community. And that's why we're working for you all. So again, form is in the chat. Fill her out. You're on path to win. So Tom, I'm going to say goodbye to you, my old friend.
Thank you so much for having me again. It was awesome to be here with the vibe, with the chat. It was cool. Thank you so much.
All right, and I'm going to say hello to our good friend Matt, or as I call him, Matty.
Ooh.
Because we're that close. We're like this. What's up, Matty? It's Matty and Lukey.
I have to do the sticky note again because I'm having another 10K day. This time it's not on my forehead like the last time.
I can't read it. Oh, 10,000?
Last time I had a 10K day, I had the sticky note on my forehead. So I had another
10,000 pesos, 10,000 Canadian dollars, and what are we talking?
10,000 Bitcoin. So I'm a quadruple trillionaire as of this morning. So that's real.
Woo!
Yeah.
If you own Bitcoin, US dollars, pat yourself on the back because you are a billionaire in the future.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Yeah, it's a pretty good day. I mean, it was pretty solid setups. I just redrew them on my chart here, but I mean, this is just A+ setups across the board. I mean, this was a nice, easy, clean day. Coming off of the news from Friday where the market was kind of tanking on, the kind of global conflict going on here. We know that that's not only going to affect the U.S. markets too much. So came back today to see a huge recovery day, which is nice.
Yes, sir.
What's up, friends? I see all these rockets in chat, and you guys stick around because I've been doing some giveaways here. If you guys want to follow along in my journey trading, appreciate y'all coming out and showing up. How was your weekend, Luke? How was your Father's Day? Did you do anything?
Oh, it was lovely. And can I tell you why my weekend was lovely?
How so?
I worked fastidiously to launch a promo that is pass one account, get one free. And we got that out the door this morning for the audience. So all you have to do is pass an eval, buy an eval, pass the eval, and then you get another eval for free for 30 days. Code YouTube.
So what happens if you pass that one for free? Do you get another one for free or just one? Only goes once?
It's going once.
Okay.
But you can use as many resets as you want. You got a good shot at passing that one. Take a couple tries if you need to, and get a free eval. You guys like this one? If you like it, will you put a one in the chat? I haven't even told the audience.
That promo is fire, man. That's great. Buy one, get one. That's nice. It's like a second chance, right? You pass one, you got another one waiting in the background in case you mess it up.
Yep. Oh, everybody loves that one. All you have to do is use code YouTube when you buy an eval. You'll get 6% off, and the pass one, get one.
Very nice. I think they like it.
Yes, sir. All righty, my friend. What do we have to look forward to in the next hour here?
Yeah, so what I'm showing on my charts here, so I've currently already rolled my contracts over to you. So if you guys are paying attention to my screen, you're going to see that my reference points are all September contract on futures. And I can show the continuous chart here as we technically gapped down last night and filled the gap and kept rallying up. On the continuous chart, since there's a little bit of contango in the September contract, it looks like it did, it's priced a little higher, even though technically speaking, we did gap down and now I filled the gap and kept going. You can see that we're back at, if you're on the September reference, closer to 22,000 on NASDAQ, which is really nice. And we just broke the 6,100 key level on S&P. So this is really good. This is really nice to see. Obviously, the market got kind of a little wobbly just due to the severity of what happened in the Middle East. But, Trump's been very adamant on speaking about U.S. is not going to get involved directly. And as much as they're trying for diplomacy, Wall Street just came back on Monday fiercely with no fear of us being drawn in some bigger, longer thing that's going to hurt the economy. Oil prices completely sold off. The opposite of what happened, right? Oil prices went through the roof, and then oil went up, gold went up, whatever, and then now we're kind of seeing the fallout of what happened. Everything that was commodity based pulled back, and then everything was stock based went up. And also today, there's a little bit of rotation, pretty heavy rotation out of energy and back into tech, because tech is what sold the hardest on Friday, and tech is now what's rallying the hardest today. We have sector divergence pretty heavily in NASDAQ, so NASDAQ is just screaming. Like straight shots of the moon today. It's been nice, but that's kind of what we're watching. Is the market going to continue for another leg up? Are we going to resist off these key support levels, these psychological levels, even numbers, 6,100? Honestly, this market's extremely liquid. Even at the top, I longed right out the door without even hesitating. Even after we did trade up all night, I jumped right in. That signal was pretty good. All A+ setups out the door. There's a B setup here from this 6090 level on the U contract that I'm contemplating on tapping it, but I'm already at 10K, so it's like I really need a good pivot. You know, I don't need to jump in and try to make a little bit more. I need to get a good pivot to trade off of. So things are pretty good today.
All right, my friend. Well, I will turn it over to you. And as a reminder, we do have that form fill in order to be eligible to win. And I'll be hopping back. How's that?
Excellent. Bro, appreciate you coming here, Luke. And thank you for the intro. And thank you, Tom, for the kind words. I heard that. That means a lot. I really also tune into the last bit of your show for the most part every day whenever I'm done streaming. So Tom's always stuff. I love it. Okay, guys. How y'all doing today? Did y'all do any trades? I always want to ask to see what people think is going to happen. Did you make any trades, A? And B, do you think from here we're selling off? Do you think from here we're fading? Or do you think from here there's a nice opportunity to grab a long on? This is what I'm thinking about right now. What do I want to do today? Do I want to take a B setup off of this band right here? Actually, while I'm talking, it's tapping it. If I wait, I've got A+ setups all across the board, all the way down here, which is kind of nice. But grabbing that long first, this is a second possible entry. And even if I did tap it with just one contract, just to show off the trade, the R&R on this one's pretty nice. I do have upper targets on the S&P at 61.33. So if it does continue another leg, which who knows if it will or won't, the R&R is extremely awesome from here. It's roughly about 4-1 if it does continue to go, and it's obviously really nice. It is a B setup. It's not the A+ that I want. Market's not extremely liquid. These upper bands are created for margin requirements. It's like an expected range in futures, if you may, and only about 4% of days do go above that level, and about 96% of days will close below that level. And so it's not the best setup in the world to go in extremely heavy above this green line. After I got my initial longs, I've been waiting for it to pull back the whole time. And I'll just tap it with one just so you guys can watch a sample trade while I'm chilling here. Let's line everything right back up. So right, about a 4-1 from here with a 10-point stop. I'm down 500 if I'm wrong, but up 2,000 if I'm right per contract. So we'll see. It'll be nice. Pop something on the board here. Yeah. So somebody says dump truck is coming. People think that we're going to sell off. So justification, how much do you think that the global conflict is going to be part of the reason, or do you think it's more of the greater reasons of trade and everything else you've been dealing with? What do you guys think the major mechanism is of this market selling off or crashing out? What do y'all think? And I waited all morning to tap it again, which we just got there. Just to give you all a little excitement on the show. By the way, thank you guys for all typing Matt and said who's your favorite was. And I saw all of y'all said Matt. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, B, probably low probability. War news for the most part. If the US gets involved, that's big. That's where our market's going to really care. Now, I've been trading futures long enough. And again, when I always talk about this topic, I have to always preempt you guys and be no disrespect if you think it's a political conversation, whatever. It's only a market conversation. So I'm not picking sides, rooting for any side. I think war is horrible. I think war is terrible for both sides. And so not advocating for it. We're just going to talk cleanly about, does it affect our market or not, right? And historically, anything in the Middle East has had very little effect on our stock market long term. There's not a lot of overlap between what goes on over there and our companies here. There's not a lot of, manufacturing done, not a lot of trade done. It's not really that big of a deal for our market. So our market overreacted Friday. It's not likely going to react unless we get directly involved. And when we get directly involved, it does have an effect on a lot of things. So until then, the market is basically pricing in the probability, do we get directly involved or not in the US? And so far, all the rhetoric from Trump and from everyone else is that we want diplomacy and we don't want to get involved. And even Putin himself, I think, was saying that he's advocating for diplomacy as well in the region. So it doesn't seem like the major powers who you kind of want to be worried about, like from our perspective, if the US were to get involved and Russia were to get involved and it becomes to a greater thing than it is, that's the problem that the market's going to freak out about. The fear of that and the unknown caused a crash on Friday, but the lack of follow-up, obviously US is showing support towards Israel, but it's not direct military engagement. So at this time, there's no fear of us going into a longer battle. So I don't think the stock market is going to have a longer term effect. This is my take on it. But yeah, so in general, you know, hopefully everything stabilizes, both for humanitarian reasons. Obviously, you know, I pray for everybody out there and such. Also for market reasons in the economy and, you know, global safety. Nobody wants this, and hopefully things are better, but at least Wall Street thinks they're better. You know, we didn't have much. My little B setup here that I tapped, kind of rallying, which would be nice. I'd like to see the market continue to go. We just needed some reason to dip, and I think we got it. I don't think from here we're going to continue to sell off unless anything changes. Although the news is continuing to spin headlines of more bombings and more this and more that, Wall Street is shrugging it off as it normally should, as because there has been, you know, ongoing conflict in that region of the world for a while, and the market has mostly ignored it. Our market has. What does affect is going to be commodities prices, oil prices, gold prices, things like that tend to go up when people are panicking and jumping out of stocks. They'll run into anything that can have any kind of shortages. We learned that during COVID. Oil trade was really popular on Friday as everybody rushed into oil. Oil prices went up like $7, something like that. Then now they're down like $3 or $4, I think, today. And then people just rush right back out of it as they realize that we're very quick to, you know, state that we're not going to go into. Now, by retrospect, you pay attention to what happened in 2003, when we're engaged in wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Oil prices went from like their calm $30, $40 adjusted for inflation, about $30 a barrel, up to about $150 a barrel. So, you know, direct involvement does cause oil prices to go up. That's simply because oil infrastructure and energy infrastructure is usually targeted. You know, ports are blockaded. You know, companies are, you know, cut off. They can't ship in and out to cut them off. You know, energy infrastructure becomes military targets at that point, and then oil just goes up. Pretty normal. And you're likely to see oil continue to go up as long as Iran is receiving any kind of action, just because they're an oil producing country. They're not one of the biggest ones out there, but they're certainly not small. And so any cut of 1 million barrels or any loss of something like that, oil goes up $3 or $4. Even when OPEC changes rates by 500,000 barrels, oil will go up and down $3 or $4 a barrel. So when you start hearing like energy infrastructure is being hit and stuff, oil prices are going to sustain some high movement, but I don't think that's going to mean our stock market's going to sustain lower movement. But that's my take on it. So anyways, because of that, I'm not really that bearish this market. I think the pop is just normal bullishness. We're getting right back to where we should be. And the question is, do I support these areas? That's only 4% of days will close above this green band by our back test. This is based on margin requirements. So hopefully it stays there, but we'll see how that works out. Sorry, platform just froze for a minute. Give me a second. Yeah, so hopefully we should be okay. I think we're good. I'm still taking that bet. I longed out the door. I've closed. I've waited for all this to pull back. I'm going to take it one more time. Second here. I know. So hopefully, you know, we stay good and this market stays good. Get my platform back up there. Hang on. Not necessarily my favorite setup to take this over here, but I do like hitting these spots at least betting on the bull side. I never really bet against the bull market, and I usually am pretty good at not doing that. One of our key levels here is this bounce point. Again, we're supporting fairly well, and it's only a 4% of days we'll close above here, but I like to take this one. This is one of my favorite setups to take, even though I only consider it a B. That's because of probability. So, but it's still pretty decent enough to go along on it, so I'm good. Can you trade the main NASDAQ contract? We have to trade the September. Okay, so here's the rule of thumb, and I want you guys to learn from me and don't learn from anyone else. I've been trading for 15 years, so I'll tell you the history of that question. I talked about it on my stream today. Historically, when you trade commodities futures contracts, you have different ones to pick from. We usually always trade the front month, which is the one that hasn't expired yet. That's the nearest term to expiration. Now, what you can do is you can make a watch list, and I've already pre-made one to answer that question. You can actually trade whichever contract you want. There is no right or wrong answer, but there's a couple of standards that people follow. The main one is that when you look at the two contracts side by side, the M25, which is June, the U25, which is September, and this might be too small for you guys to see, but I just have a watch list with the volume on here. I'll read it out to you because I can't make this thinker so many bigger. It says 278 versus 228,000. The U contract is getting slightly more volume. So whenever one of them is getting more volume than the other, it's a good time to roll into trading that contract. The idea is that you want to follow where liquidity is. Now, 20 years ago and 30 years ago, futures weren't that big of a instrument that people traded. Futures got huge in the last 5 years. So it really mattered that you followed the volume very accurately because the markets were illiquid. And what does illiquid actually mean? Well, especially when it comes to the bid-ask spread can usually be very wide when it's illiquid. So you get a lot more slippage. The volume fill, the volume's not as good and the fills are bad. And so what you did risk by not rolling over on the right day is just getting worse entries on your trades. And also it not really tracking as well. But nowadays in the computerized world where there's computerized market making now, the forward month contract and the front month, like U versus M, in equities products and treasury products, there's no difference. It won't matter when you roll over. If you roll over in this week, anytime. The rule of thumb I use for equities and treasuries is I roll over the Sunday before it expires. That way I can just do all my calculations over the weekend and not have to worry about in the daytime. There's really no penalty for doing that. It's a better rule of thumb than following the volume for the things you're doing as prop trading, just because you don't have to sit here and say, oh, it's Tuesday, oh crap, or Monday, the volume's bigger. Okay, let me switch everything on the fly. It lets me do it pre-market the night before. And as a rule of thumb, it's always a good rule of thumb to follow because today the U contract is more volume than the M. The Sunday rule of thumb usually means you're rolling about the right day. Your platforms will probably roll you on their own at a certain time. There really is no right answer. But when commodities, it's going to be a little more sensitive to volume. Things like oil, things like gold, things like natural gas. You're going to have to be very accurate on that because they are extremely illiquid from month to month. The people are very much piled more into the front month than any other month because you actually get delivery of commodities. Oil delivers you barrels of oil, right? Wheat delivers you bushels of wheat. But like S&P is not really a contract that delivers anything. They're the unique contracts and futures that are just basically cash settled instruments. They're cash swaps in a way. And they don't, like S&P expires, doesn't deliver you anything. So there's no rush of people being in that contract to roll into the next one for delivery reasons, the effects you see in commodities. So commodities, the rule of thumb now in 2025 is to follow the volume. The rule of equities is also follow the volume, but you can really just do it on the same time every time you do it. That way it's you're not rushing in the middle of the day and do all this extra work. So my rule of thumb is I just roll on Sunday. Easy as that. And it's usually the higher volume when you wake up Monday for the most part. And today it was, which is good. And even if I don't roll over and I'm on the wrong contract, nothing happens. All your targets are just a different target, but the distance it travels is the same. If the U contract goes 100 points in NASDAQ, the M contract will go 100 points in NASDAQ, maybe plus or minus a point. It's random as to which one will perform better. So the outcome is random. It's not like being in the M guarantees you a bigger move than the U or vice versa. It's mostly random. So from here, those are the rules of thumb. And the Sunday is good for me because I adjust on my targets and I move everything around. And I don't have to do it on Monday in the middle of the session. I don't got to worry about it. Just Sunday, I've got nothing to do. boom, 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 roll it forward, and we're good. So hopefully that answers the question. There's a lot of people that are very gung-ho about follow the volume. That's a textbook answer that you'd get from like a 20-year-old textbook, and that's not wrong. It's just a lot more work than you need to do in the modern day for S&P and NASDAQ. If you roll on the Sunday before, it's probably the right day to roll. If you roll Thursday instead of Tuesday, the effect you'll see as a trader is practically none. You won't notice any difference other than your targets are different than other people's, but the distance travel will be the same. So that's kind of the answer to that. And Sunday's easy for me because then I could just move all my stuff over in one day. Makes it a lot easier. Is it harder to chart if you change on Sunday for long term? For to change over on Thursday? Yeah, well, I mean, it's up to you. It's whatever is useful to you. I'm talking about not chart. So charting, right? You can trade whatever you want, even though you're charting something different. I've got the M contract still up, but I'm charting on the U. That's just because I switch all my indicators over, and the chart volume is not going to be much different on equities products. They're going to be very similar. Hey, I see Luke popped in. Let me show you guys something just so y'all can see the difference. And I'll do a chart for Luke speaks up. U25. Let me show you the difference between the September contract and if you look at the two together on an intraday chart, I've got September up and June bottom. You can kind of see that the volume is not much different. They look almost identical, right? There's not like holes or sporadic, changes. It's like you can see the volume spikes are very similar. The forward month contract is there. The current month contract, they have same spikes, same spikes, same spike, same spike. And so it's very, very almost identical, and you'll see the difference is very minimal. But by contrast, if you're looking at oil, for instance, and you do like, the same amount of time for an oil contract, you're going to notice it's going to be much different. Oops. What's up, Luke? And you can see on oil, right, there's a little bit, it's a little bit more, I'm going to zoom in on it, but you can see there's a little bit more choppiness, like oil in I'm sorry. Oops. What's up, Luke?
What's up? Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and see right here, oil has like less volume here and a lot more volume here. Commodities are a lot more sensitive to volume because they actually deliver something. There's a clear difference between this guy and that guy. So with commodities, yeah, you need to follow the volume like a hawk. What's up?
Wait, say that piece again about commodities.
So commodities are more sensitive. Contracts are more sensitive on the front month to volume changes because they actually deliver something to you. People are like, the front month is very important to you because you have to have that oil delivered to you. So the difference between September versus July in oil is a very big difference over that 2-month period in volume. You can see how the volume dip's very small here. The volume is very low in U, but it's very prominent in N. So commodities traders tend to pack into the front month fairly often, and they all roll because of their delivery schedules, like when they get their oil delivered and stuff. So usually whenever you get oil delivered to you, that contract is no longer needed. S&P doesn't deliver anything, so people are more liquid on they're more flexible on when they do roll over. So big institutional traders will roll out of equities products at random times because it doesn't really matter which one that you're in. Commodities matters because you really need the oil from that Friday's expiration. So you'll see that there's more sensitivity in forward contracts to volume dependency. So you can see right here, the volume dips almost to zero, whereas in the middle of the day on the July contract, it's very prominent, thousands of contracts every 5 minutes versus 100 contracts here. So with commodities, you really want to pinpoint that day when it's optimal to roll over. But if you did the same exercise in NASDAQ versus then and now over the same period of time, you'll see that the U contract in NASDAQ has 2,500 contracts traded every 5 minutes, and the M contract also has 2,000 traded every 5 minutes. So there's substantial volume in both the NASDAQ contracts versus oil is up front in the current front month more often. So that volume rollover is very important in commodities, but in the modern day, not as much in equities futures because they're so people are so flexible when they do roll. Institutions roll randomly, it seems. Yeah. Hopefully that answers that question.
Ooh. Can I do a wheel spin?
Yes, like always.
All right, let's get the screen up there. How many times should we spin it? 2? 2 giveaways, you think, Matt?
Did you say 20?
20. All right, I'll split the difference. How about 11?
11 sounds good. 11 sounds perfect.
All right, we got our first winner, 0, Phil. We're going for 11, folks. We are going for 11.
What are we giving away today, by the way?
These are, we're giving away shout outs on MFTV. Big deal.
Are these starter pluses?
Starter plus, baby. 50K.
Hey, all right.
Do you think before you're done we should drop a code as well?
I think people are kind of like split on which style they like. So maybe
There's
maybe
3.
both.
There's this randomized wheel spin. There is the big announcement code. And then there's the secretly dropped code. Where for folks who are really paying attention, they'll see it appear on the screen. What
People are
is
asking
your
how you
take
enter.
on that?
All you have to do, guys, is be in chat, participate, sub to the stream, click the like button, chat, and we'll get entered. And when they do the form, you got to fill out the form. So is the wheel from chatting or is the wheel from the form?
Wait, say that one more time.
To get on the wheel, is it just from chatting in chat or is it from the form?
Filling out the form.
Ah, so you guys got to fill out the form to get it on the wheel.
There's 7, 4 to go. Because Matt and I are splitting the difference. Benevolent Matt, Rocket Scooter Matt, Scooty Scoop, Matty Matt.
Let's go.
3 more spins, folks. Again, you're going to win 50K Starter Plus accounts. And again, I'll remind you that we do this because we love the audience. We love the community. We appreciate you being here with us, learning with us, helping to develop the programming with us, giving us feedback. It helps us to build better. And I might just have a sneaky code drop. Last but not least, one final spin. Who's going home with it? Net Baba, winner 11. With that, Matt, I'll let you keep going. Sorry for interrupting. You were in the heat of it, and I just popped in. But again, I might have a sneaky code.
I like when you pop in. That's great. I love seeing giveaways. Are you guys excited? You'll have that giveaway, huh? Probably for one more later, yeah? Yeah, we always forget that when you trade prop firms, a lot of times you don't get an education in futures. I came from, the real futures world, and prop firms are all new to me. I just got involved, basically this year. This is my first full year doing it. I'm kind of started maybe like the end of last year. And what I realized is that a lot of, there's a lot, futures is very complicated. When you go buy Apple stock, you buy Apple stock. Apple's a company, you can buy a stock, share a stock. That's it. Very simple, very easy to do. You just buy it and you own it. You own a fraction of that company, and it doesn't get more complex than that. Futures are weird and different, and futures technologies and platforms and brokers are like still stuck in the 1970s and 80s. They haven't really modernized. You don't have these cool futures apps that are modern and nice and easy to explain everything. Futures is complex enough as it is. And so a lot of people don't get a full education on all the cool stuff that happens in futures. Like, what is a futures margin requirement? Did you know there's an equation that the CME group made that sets those margin requirements? It's really neat. Did you know in futures gap up and down, there is an equation that the CME calculates what the gapping price should be? There's a lot of mechanical control systems on the Globex itself, which is this video poker machine we're all playing on. There's a lot of neat stuff that happens in futures that a lot of people don't get a good hand at learning. So if you guys have any questions about whatever, just ask. I'm like the nerdy guy that read all the CME patents and kind of knows their website in and out. I can tell you a lot of neat stuff to go on futures. And with different futures contracts, what they all mean. A lot of people don't realize that, there's the kind of the history of why you have S&P contracts to begin with. What are commodities, right? A commodity is, so a stock, right, is a share of a company. You own a portion of the company. You have a right to dividends if they pay them out. You have a right to vote if you have enough of them, whatever. What is a futures contract, right? we all know a contract is a contract. It's an obligation from one side to the other to do something. And a futures contract typically start in the commodities world, which you weren't trading actual shares of any kind of company. You were trading lots of something that was delivered to you as part of your business. It always could be a million different things. Futures were big for agricultural reasons, right? I'm a cereal company. I'm making, I don't know, frosted mini wheats or something. I need a certain amount of wheat every month, no matter what. And I need it guaranteed to me legally. So I have a contract with somebody. Hey, you give me the wheat every single month, and it needs to be this kind of wheat because my cereal is going to taste a certain way. But then if you have a drought or something and you lose all your wheat, then what happens? Was everybody supposed to domino effect, supposed to fall down and spiral from you? Like, sorry guys, we don't have frosted mini wheats this month. Our farmers couldn't produce, right? Well, no. Well, they created commodity grade standards, which means your commodity is a standardized, tangible thing that everybody that grows commodity grade wheat that can be traded on the open market, it wouldn't taste any different if I bought it from this other farmer or that other farmer. It would meet the same standard. My customers wouldn't notice. So if my farmer didn't meet their obligations, I can go buy it on the open market from another farmer, and then I can keep making my cereal. Now, what this does, it allows the risk of lack of supply and demand from things like droughts or whatever to not be, not be so damaging to the infrastructure of what we do. And with futures, it allowed me to go out there and buy the same kind of product in the open market from other producers. And then the futures were created or allowed to be traded on exchanges where a lot of people were using them to guarantee that they had the delivery. If I knew my supplier was going under, I just go buy the same amount of futures contracts to make sure I get it. I know the quality is going to be the same. And then speculators could go out there and hedge their own crop. Hedgers could hedge their own crop. For instance, I'm a farmer and I don't know if my crops are going to die. It looks kind of bad though. So let me buy contracts on the open market, because if my crops die, then I can buy them from this other person and meet my delivery obligations so I don't get sued. And like, these are things that started creating this whole infrastructure of trading futures. And now futures are traded on different exchange. Originally were contracts to be held to have something delivered to you, but now retail traders like you and me can trade them. And as a retail trader, we're not in the same world that our broker allows us to hold the contract to expiration. Your broker will force you to sell them before they expire. That way you don't get like a, knock on your door and somebody's like, hey, I've got, 4 truckloads of oranges. Where do I put them? That doesn't happen to us, but we're still able to trade the risk of those price changes, which is kind of nice because there's this whole infrastructure of people using futures to kind of hedge their own production lines. And the idea is that risk of, this person has a contract with this person to supply them with whatever, and the risk that either one of those on that side of the trade faces, we can offset that risk by trading speculatively against the whole thing. And what was neat is that in the commodities world, this was seen as great for the infrastructure, and agriculture was already subsidized to begin with. Because subsidization is where the government pumps money into something to keep the prices low. And so farmers, right, keep food prices low, government subsidizes farming. So in addition to that, a long time ago, commodities got tax breaks in a way. You may have heard of 60-40 rule, which is when you're trading a live futures account, it's only taxed at 40% short-term capital gains and 60% long-term. It's averaged out to roughly 23, 25%, something like that. Which is great because any day trading you do is taxed about 15 to 20% lower than any day trading you do in the equities world. And so as cool as that was, commodities became a great place for day traders to hang out because Uncle Sam would take $20,000 more every 100K you made day trading stocks and day trading options. So commodities started kind of growing very popular in the 90s and 2000s. I started trading oil in the mid 2000s. And then, early on, as you kind of think about the Chicago, which is where all the commodities are, and New York is which all the equities are. New York started having these very popular index products, SPY, QQQ, SPX options, right? Those are really hot and everybody's trading them. But the Chicago world, you think of it like this. Think of like Coke and Pepsi. Coke comes out with Coke. Pepsi has Pepsi. Coke comes out with Sprite. Pepsi is like, well, let's get someone up. Coke comes up with somebody has something, someone else something else. You have Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb. So the commodities world was like, well, we need to get in on this treasuries, man. People are trading that, and equities, people are trading that. So, we're commodities. How do we give people the same benefits? We want to bring traders over here instead of over there, competing with New York. And so they decided to create S&P futures and NASDAQ futures simply as gambling instruments. Cash settled nothing. Nothing comes to your doorstep. Like an S&P contract expires, doesn't deliver an S&P to you. There's no such thing as an S&P. NASDAQ futures contract expires. You don't get a bushel of NASDAQs. You get nothing. Futures contract is simply a cash swap. You, winner, get paid by the loser, and that's basically what happens. When it expires, it delivers nothing. There's a few exceptions in the space where they have contracts that deliver and settle in cash. So it's like, why do we have them? Why do you have a gambling instrument in futures? There's no future anything. You're not betting on anything other than the speculative value or speculatively valuating something in the future. Nothing's delivered. Well, they did this just to compete with New York. But the best part about futures is you get the tax breaks of commodities, and you could trade the same products in New York traders just and get much less taken from you. So the neat thing is that little tax break that came is because why would you subsidize farming, and then a farmer wants to hedge his own crop? Uncle Sam would take 40% of his hedge as a speculative day trade for short-term capital gains. They were like, no, let's make the commodities tax a little different to incentivize people to use that to offset their risk, to keep prices low in America. And then, of course, now we have futures that I can trade with very low taxes, thanks to all of that. So there's a lot you don't learn in futures, and a lot of people that have been around long enough can tell you all these cool stories about it. There's people that have been around a lot longer than me that have even cooler stories, I bet. But there's just a lot we never learned of. And then what is all this rollover thing? Rollover is kind of nonsensical when it comes to why are there multiple contracts anyways on a speculative gambling instrument? As you know, for sure, is that oil trades, you know, every month has its own contract, because at the end of the month, that's when the contract settles out. This is the value of the contract, and you're holding it. Therefore, so-and-so owes you 1,000 barrels of oil at this price, and they must deliver because it's a contract. Okay. But I always found it to be silly why S&P and NASDAQ and others have settlement dates and daily settlement and, you know, expirations, because you're not really, the mechanism of why those things exist is so the commodity is delivered to you. Since nothing is delivered, you just have to settle out in cash, which makes sense. The contract has to expire at some point because the futures infrastructure was just that way. And therefore, when they added products to the infrastructure, they just didn't change infrastructure for those few products. So it's kind of always been like a goofy thought that you have expiration on S&P and NASDAQ, because it's not like it delivers anything to you, but it's always there. And therefore, as traders, we have to deal with rollover. Rollover is very hard to understand why it even exists. But in the commodities world, it makes sense because, you know, it might be very important to you to buy contracts that deliver, you know, wheat to you in May and June and July, when the farmer that you're working with is going through a drought. You need to make sure that on those ends of the month, you get the wheat that you need to make your cereal. And then it makes perfect sense. But we always like, why do we even roll over? Like, what's the point of this? And that's really the point of it. It's kind of pointless. But the dinosaurs in Chicago, they are very slow to evolve and change. And you know that because if you ever sign up for a futures broker, it seems like there's a million steps, right? There's a broker, an FCM, an IB, like what's what, right? You have to get a brokerage account here. They give you credentials. You got to log in here. It's like, it's always been that way. They haven't really kind of modernized a lot, but the history of it there is kind of important, but that's kind of why it is the way that it is. But yeah, so we got to roll over just like the commodities traders do, even though there's really no reason it should exist, in my opinion, but it still does. Very informative. You say, not going to lie, you'd pay to listen to this. I'm like an old man sitting in front of a fireplace. Gather around, kids. I've got stories to tell about the old days. And so, but there's a lot you don't get a chance to learn about. And in futures trading, we just log in. The platform has a contract in it. It just tells you which one to trade. And we don't really put much extra thought into it. And all this extra trivia is just cool to know, but there's really no, you know, it's just neat to know what's going on with it all. I'm not that old. Yeah. I mean, you know, I was like, I work out, I drink a lot of water, I do a little Botox. That makes me look young. All of it together keeps me young. Young on the inside, young on the outside. But looks like I am sort of challenging to fail my key level here. This is just a B setup, 4% one contract. I'm not really putting a lot of weight into this at all, to be honest. I'd like to see it support here for the rest of the day. I've got a 10-point stop below this just in case it doesn't continue. And that would be closer to about 90, give or take here. But the problem is the stop at 90 is very close to my A plus anyways. So that's where I would jump back in. So the problem is, do I want to hold through all of this and get the same trades, or are we crashing out? So on this particular note, what I might actually do is tighten my stop just to be around here and actually start playing this range instead of the screen. That way I can stop here and then trade again down here. Got two A pluses near each other. But yeah, today's trade's perfect. Like I long you right out the door. It was such a good setup. And now the question is, do we get the continuation long, or is this a day we're going to fade out? And that is the big question. I don't see any reason, and the stocks aren't showing me any reason that the market's going to fade out. A lot of the stocks are looking pretty solid today. Put some on my watch list here. Things are looking pretty solid. Nvidia's holding the fort nice and high. Apple, kind of like waiting to move. So I like, okay, we do have some move for other stocks to keep going. Amazon's looking solid there. Google's looking also decent. Kind of like Apple, just waiting to move. Put my big tech here. My watch list over there. Meta good, Microsoft good. So yeah, you have Meta, Apple, Google like waiting to move, and all the other ones have moved and they're holding pretty high. So hopefully we get some movement middle of the day. Of course, the lunchtime session is never like the most exciting session to trade. All the juicy good activity happens in the morning. That's what we love here. But at least in the middle, I can demonstrate a setup. Like I said, this is a really awesome 4-to-1 setup if it decides to keep going. I've got my target way up there. And do we get it? Maybe. Like it's very possible that we do. So I'm hopeful, and we'll see what happens. Can I show us the setup that made you long out the door? Yeah. Okay. Today out the door, if you guys know my stuff, liquidity pockets. Everybody's telling you my slogan as I trade is I tell people I find liquidity and I long it. I find liquidity and I long it. I say that all the time. I find liquidity and I long it. That's all I do. And liquidity is easily found when a bull zone and bear zone are next to each other. We call them liquidity pockets. When bulls and bears are in close proximity, this is extremely liquid. Liquid markets don't crash. Out the door, I trade this trade every single time. People in my chat will say EST. They'll start yelling that every single time. And that is particularly the reason that I always long out the door here. Number two is on the bull zone side, when the market pressed in there and tapped on a bull zone, I always take a bull zone trade to say that we stay bullish as long as this ratio up here is greater than half. So 85% of the stock's market cap is bullish, then I'm more willing to bet that S&P stays in on the bull zone. So as the market was moving and bouncing around here, I just basically jumped in the long. Second indicator that I use is this indicator at the bottom of my screen called resilience. It's a gap fill predictor. And it uses an aggregate of what the stocks are doing and their gaps to long inside of this box on my chart. So while SPY is inside of this white box, if this white line is above zero, then S&P is going to push towards that box and also support at the box itself. So two different mechanics both showed bullishness out the door. You had confluence with the stocks being bullish, the stocks filling their gap. So the index is pushing this way and staying here to support on the gap fill and liquidity pocket as well. They overlap very heavily there to be bullish from there out the door. It's kind of a no-brainer setup. We call it our golden setup when everything lines up. It was very perfect today. There was like no-brainer. Market bumped even after trading up pre-market as much as it did. Market bumped really high and I still jumped in. I was in no hurry to fade this or short this. I was like, I'm gonna have to get in. This is bullish for the day. And a lot of people might have seen us trading like this all night, and then see this and they're ready to fade it. I see this and I'm ready to jump in. And I see this and I'm ready to jump in again. I'm pretty good at finding the right direction most of the time. My win rate's pretty solid because of that, but it's mostly because I use so many arbitrage indicators. And arbitrage is very kind of might be new for some of you guys, but it's very powerful because what arbitrage is doing is actually watching the stocks in one little bite and seeing if the stocks are leading or lagging the actual index itself. All these tools on my screen are mostly, a lot of them are arbitrage. The bull and bear zone is based on options, but this is, all of this up here is like, what are the stocks doing? And the stocks all look great. And I can actually say, well, the index will look good if the stocks look good. And I'm just basically following that. And it's very good to pick, easy to pick the direction if you can know what all the stocks are doing, because obviously the index won't sell off unless the stocks themselves are doing it. And right now, all of my resilience indicators are positive, which means the stocks are getting positive gamma hedging on weeklies and monthlies, which is the blue and the yellow. And then stocks have all, they're on this side of their gap. Whether we gap down or gapped up, the stocks have filled their gap and they're still going. That number's positive. So really I'm not seeing any selling pressure in the stocks. Because of that, I'm more even willing to take longs, even here, what people consider tops, right? So should be helpful, hopefully, to you guys. And you see my indicators are slightly different than other people because I'm not looking at just price action. I'm literally mirroring what the stocks are doing. And once I started doing that, my win rate just went through the roof. I mean, it's a lot better than price action because, you know, the index is just tracking the stocks. And, you know, any kind of indicators you can use that are looking at that relationship are usually very strong. Did you guys miss the pop-up for the code? Was there a pop-up? You guys got to be quick. See, what they do is they're going to throw it on the screen. It means you guys have to be here and paying attention. There's a lot of people who just show up for the giveaways, and then they bounce out. Did you not get it? So who got the code? I want to see, were there any winners today? Anybody get the code? Was a code for resets. They jumped it in sneaky. That's why you got to pay attention. If you was it new host 15? So I'm hearing from today, that's the first I heard about it, that they're maybe going to have another host. I wonder if they're going to have an afternoon host. I don't know what they're going to do, but that'd be kind of cool. Good to see. Good to see. Do I know the new host is? I don't. As much as I know, I don't know anything. I don't know anything at all. If I did, I wouldn't be able to leak it though. I'd have to keep my lips shut. But I don't know it, and I'm not telling y'all either. I'm being honest. I don't know. I'm excited to find out who it is myself. Is it Pickle? Yes. 100%. I've invented a technology. I mean, I made the trading platform. I made the marketplace. My last thing I did was I invented a technology like the Rick and Morty episode where dogs can now talk to us. And so Pickle's going to be on here with a cool robotic sounding voice with a British accent. He's going to be trading. It's going to be really nice. Somebody said Pickle Wieland. That would be so funny if my dog was named that. So he'll be sitting here making trades and telling really bad dog pun jokes. What's my target for this long? So a long like this is actually pretty on the S&P 6133 on the U contract. It's pretty big. At minimum, if we don't get there for today, that's a pretty far stretch. I don't know if we get 40 points of run. But at minimum, I can get a lift back up to test the highs, and I'd be happy. So normally when you get these break out of these green bands and it retraces to here, I'll usually long it right back up to the same spot. If at minimum I can get 20 points on this, I'd be pretty happy. It is a B setup, but what I'm mostly betting on is that we don't close below this green line, that we close above it. And even though 96% of days will close below it, that is the odds, it's not really the best bet. But I never short, even though these odds are tremendous to the downside. I still always bet on the long side because the bull market is pretty much always really strong. And so I'm up 10K today. Let's see if I can turn it into $10,100. So maybe, this is demonstrating a trade, obviously. Not a lot of risk on this one, but at least I'll take something. Great trade as always, Professor. Yeah. Well, I have this rule that I say I don't fade a bull market. That's one thing I don't ever try to do. And the probability is actually very small that you break out of this green line and keep going. That's why it's 4%. But usually when it does, it usually stays the 4 most of the time. I don't ever fade it. The only time I'll short off of this green line is when the stock ratio is bullish up here. The CD ratio is still is when it's bearish. Greater than half, it's pretty bullish. So I usually hang it on the long. So looks like you guys watch another banger trade here. Let's keep my fingers crossed. I can turn this into something good. We love making money. You guys know the drill here. I love making money. Do I have a YouTube video on your channel that goes more in depth in your setups? I do have a ton of them. And as soon as I get off of here, I usually go and I stream in the afternoons. I invite all of you guys to come to my YouTube channel because I'll be live after this, continuing today's trading sesh. Since we usually cut out MyFundedFutures, we all roll over there, and I should have a link for you. Give me a second here. And some of my stuff, I'll go over it live. But yeah, we have a ton of videos, and it's definitely all over the channel. Fingers crossed to get this good play here. I like this green that I'm seeing. Hopefully it stays the course. Here's a link. Let's see if it works. That's the link to my stream that's going to be live in about 5 minutes. Well, actually, maybe a little longer. They did go over with Tom. So yeah, we'll be done here in probably like 5 or 10 minutes, I think. Do I think 22,327 can hit today on NASDAQ? Let's double check. 327 as far as the target goes. It's going to be hard. It's not like it's unachievable today. In my opinion, again, this is not investment advice, just my opinion. Your 264 is a very strong buffer limit. It's going to have a hard time breaking through this. We just might run out of time before today. I think that target we might hit tomorrow. It looks like while we're chilling, looks like my trades are taking off. Ding, 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 ding. Let's get it. I love it.
Let's get it.
I'm loving it. I can't complain.
Matt, did you catch the sneaky code that popped up on the screen?
I heard about it through the grapevine. People were telling me about it.
Ooh.
So what happened? It just popped up. It came and went, right?
For those who are really focused and really paying attention.
I like it.
So you're having a great day. Users are having a great day.
Oh yeah. A long trade just took off. I'm excited. Putting some more W's on the board here. I'm enjoying it. Do I book partials? Are you talking about do I take partial profits? Only when I hit key levels of resistance will I take a partial and run a runner. Usually I'll go all the way to target though. Today might be hard to go all the way to target, but NASDAQ does have a clear pivot that I'm looking at, which is this 264. So when NASDAQ hits its pivot, I'll probably close out of my ES because that might be the kind of close to the top of the day. So what's going on, Luke?
I would like to say congrats on your 10K plus day. We're now going for
Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to the audience. I'd like to remind people that I'm putting a link in the chat with code YouTube, which is a crazy promo. Use code YouTube when you buy an eval, and whenever you pass that eval, you get another eval for free.
That's amazing.
Yes, like a BOGO.
Will that work with my code as well? Because I could tell people on my stream about that as well.
Yes, sir. You get 6% off and pass your eval, get another eval for free. You can take as long as you want. You can take 3 months to do it if you need to. You can use resets, all that sort of thing.
Perfect.
So cool. All righty.
All
You'll
right.
be back tomorrow?
I hope to be back tomorrow. If you guys keep having me, I'll keep showing up.
Any final thoughts for us?
No, I think market's back to its same old thing. I made a tweet last week that, historically, any kind of conflict that goes on around the world, unless it's directly involving American companies or American trade, or we're directly involved, it's not going to have a long-term effect on the stock market. We're back to the same old trade war rhetoric. Keep your ears peeled for a couple of things. Any direct involvement in the U.S. or any bombing of U.S. targets that can hint that we'll be directly involved, the market's back to tanking. Other than that, it's mostly going to be a forgettable event on the stock market front. Other than that, listen to Trump, listen to Trump's tweets, follow what he's doing. Any more talk about trade war, any falling apart between us and China, all that same stuff is back kind of on the table, driving the boat. And also FOMC on Wednesday. Traders have priced in a higher likelihood of rate cuts. September is now the new target for a rate cut as inflation has been coming down even further since trade war stuff is kind of resolved a little bit. I still don't think we'll get a rate cut in September, but traders think so. But we'll see what happens. And Powell says, I think this Wednesday will be somewhat muted. VIX is very low, all things being considered. So I don't think we're going to have a big blowout event on Wednesday, but still be cautious. Usually pre-Fed, the market moves and adjusts very rapidly the day before. A lot of times today might be a day like that. So thanks for tuning in, you guys. I'll be live streaming in the afternoon. Once we cut out here, you guys are welcome to come over. There's the link in chat, and I will wrap up these trades and see if I can't turn this trade into a bigger trade.
All right, let's make it happen. Happy trading, everyone. Subscribe if you haven't. Peace.